Chapter 1747. Gu Nianji's footsteps slowed down. She leaned her back against the wall of the laboratory and pondered silently. Ever since she had reunited with Wu Xiaoheng had told her about what he had found in the other world after she had disappeared. For example, he had found little Nianji's body and the graves and bones of He Zhichu and He Qingjian. He had thought that he had solved a mystery, but he had not expected that there was an even bigger mystery waiting for him. Wu Xiaoheng had once said half-jokingly and half-rejoiced that if He Qingjian hadn't specifically warned him not to go to the other world, he wouldn't have been completely sure that Gu Nianji was here. It wasn't until He Qingjian had shocked them with the video of the counterpart could not exist in the same time and space that Wu Xiaoheng was convinced that Gu Nianji had come from a parallel world. Gu Nianji was touched. She also thought about how Gu Yanran had taken her place after little Gu Nianji's death. It was so similar to Wen Shuyi's situation. She had never seen Wen Shuyi's counterpart in the other world, nor had she seen Gu Yanran's counterpart in the other world. Therefore, she subconsciously felt that there might be some unknown correspondence between the two of them. Gu Yanran was a Japanese disguised as a Huaxia person, so what about Wen Shuyi? Could it be the same? Therefore, she specifically raised this question, wanting to confirm her guess from Lu Jin. The result was different from what she had expected. In that case, Wen Shuyi and Gu Yanran couldn't be compared. Gu Yanran could kill little Nianji and take over her identity and status. Wen Shuyi wasn't so lucky. Gu Nianji let out a long sigh and said to Lu Jin, Wen Shuyi is a very proud person. She has always been unwilling to accept that she is just the daughter of a gardener, so she tried her best to climb up. Does she know that she is adopted? She doesn't know. Lu Jin shook his head. Even He Zhichu and He Qingjian don't know about this. He smiled slyly, as if this was a secret between him and Qin Suwen. How could I not know? Gu Nianji asked in disbelief. Didn't you say that you specially examined them and confirmed that they were infertile? Don't their neighbors, colleagues, and friends know? Of course not. Lu Jin glared at Gu Nianji. I told you because you're my daughter. Would I tell anyone else about this? This was the patient's privacy. Privacy. But Mrs. He knows. Gu Nianji glanced at Lu Jin quietly. Mrs. He took the initiative to help them. What does it matter if she knows? Lu Jin waved his hand disapprovingly. She's better at keeping secrets than I am. Look, she didn't even tell her son and husband. Is infertility that embarrassing? Gu Nianji couldn't understand. Why can't I tell you? I don't feel ashamed. Lu Jin shook his head. But when Liang Meili found out about her situation, she wanted to die and almost jumped off a building to commit suicide. Later, Madam He gave them a year's leave and said that they could go for treatment. A year later, they came back with a newborn baby girl. They said that they found a good doctor and she was finally cured. They even gave birth to a child. Lu Jin laughed and winked. Don't tell me, no one suspected it at the time, because that little baby girl really looked like Wendayo. Gu Nianji remembered a facial recognition system that she had once done. She had used that system to compare Wen Shuyi and Luo Piapiao's appearances and concluded that the probability of them being relatives was 87%. Also, from her appearance, Wendayo was tall and strong, with a narrow forehead, a flat nose, wide nose, and large nostrils. Liang Meili's nose was tall and straight, and her nostrils were very small. Their daughter, Wen Shuyi, also had a flat nose, slightly wide nose, and slightly tilted nose, but her overall shape was still very small. So overall, she did look more like Wendayo. And through the comparison of the bridge of the nose, she felt that Wen Shuyi didn't look like Wendayo and Liang Meili's biological daughter. But at that time, she didn't know that Wen Shuyi was adopted. So this secret is only known to you, Madam He, Wendayo, Liang Meili, and... Gu Nianji paused. The Qin orphanage knows. Yes. And Qin Yaoguang knows too. Lu Jin said lightly, because when Dao and Liang Meili came to her clinic for a diagnosis. Although I was the one who made the diagnosis, Qin Yaoguang was my lab partner at that time. Our medical records were interconnected. Gu Nianji chuckled. No wonder. But although I hate Qin Yaoguang, I still have to give her 2 thumbs up for this. She actually didn't tell me that when Shuyi was adopted. With Qin Yaoguang's image as an honest female scientist, the probability of her spouting nonsense was still very high. However, she had been tight-lipped all these years and had interacted with Wen Shuyi so much, but she hadn't revealed a single word. This was hard to say for Qin Yaoguang, but it was really rare and precious. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue and praised. It can be seen that she really loves Wen Shuyi. Lu Jin's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at her and asked tentatively, Nianji, you actually want a mother who loves you very much, right? How could I not? Gu Nianji giggled. But I won't force it. I have the best father in the world, so it's fine if I lack a bit of mother-daughter chemistry. You can only gain something if you lose something. Optimistic people thought about what they had obtained, so even if they saw dark clouds, they would pay attention to the golden rim embedded in the dark clouds. Pessimistic people thought about what they had lost, so even if they saw flowers in full bloom, they would think that the flowers were impermanent, and the moon was impermanent. Gu Nianji was a very optimistic girl. Lu Jin patted her head, and there was a hint of pity in his voice. Dad, sorry. Dad will definitely make it up to you. Make up for what? Can you make it up to a mommy? Gu Nianji tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve with a mischievous smile. Dad, you're actually still young. Can you find me another mommy? Find another one. Aren't you afraid of being abused by a stepmother? Lu Jin teased Gu Nianji and held her hand to sit on the postmodern ergonomic chair in the laboratory. Which stepmother can abuse me? Can they be more ruthless than Qin Yaoguang? Gu Nianji pointed at her nose and joked, a person who escaped from a venomous mother like Qin Yaoguang has nothing to fear. Lu Jin stared blankly at the delicate and lively Gu Nianji. He looked at Gu Nianji, who had turned an extremely painful experience into a few jokes. He felt both sad and gratified. He had done many wrong things in his life, but he did not regret giving birth to Gu Nianji, nor did he regret sending her away from here. Lu Jin felt his nose sting. He quickly lowered his head and turned on the massage switch on the chair for her. He nagged and changed the topic. You always sit in front of the computer with your head down. It's not good for your spine. In the future, move this chair to your apartment. I made it especially for you. It has a massage function to lose weight. Gu Nianji had wanted to say that she was still young and didn't need something as old-fashioned as a massage chair, but when she heard that it had a massage function to lose weight, she immediately lay down comfortably and enjoyed the service of the ergonomic chair. Dad, are you really not going to consider finding another one? Gu Nianji was actually very curious about why Lu Jin had given birth to her with Qin Yaoguang, but she was worried that this was something sad for Lu Jin, so no matter how curious she was, she wouldn't dig deeper. I'm already going to have a grandson. What's there to look for? Lu Jin glared and pretended to be angry as he reprimanded Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji wasn't afraid at all. She even blushed a little. She cupped her face and thought of her and Hu Xiaoheng's baby. Her heart was about to be drunk. For the next few days, Gu Nianji devoted herself to the intense preparations for court. Lu Yuan had indeed agreed to help Gu Nianji investigate the Qin orphanage in the south. He took it very seriously and decided to personally bring a few of his capable subordinates to Z City in the south. Before he left, he invited Hu Xiaoheng over to have dinner with Gu Nianji and Lu Jin. He said to Lu Jin and Gu Nianji, I'm afraid it'll be a while before I can come back. I'm worried about the two of you living here alone, so I specially invited Mr. Peter to help me accompany you for a while. You all know Mr. Peter's identity. He admitted to us himself that he used to be a member of the KGB. With him around, I can go south with peace of mind. Lu Jin was unhappy and said with a sullen face. I can protect Ninji. I have all kinds of weapons. If necessary, I can also create selective biochemical virus weapons that will only attack the target enemy. Lu Yuan frowned. What's the use of knowing how to make weapons? Do you know how to cook? Lu Jin died again. Gu Nianji held back her laughter. She was delighted and said seriously, then I'll have to trouble Mr. Peter. But you don't have to protect me. Just cook us 3 meals a day. 4 meals, plus a midnight snack. Lu Jin looked at Hu Xiaoheng awkwardly and said. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1736, you can only get what you lose. We'll continue with the third update today, and we'll also add more monthly votes for May. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch at 1 o'clock p.m. and the third watch at 8 o'clock p.m. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1748. Hu Xiaoheng nodded lightly. My cooking skills aren't great, but it's still edible. But if you're not used to my cooking, I can order food for you. When Lu Jin heard this, not only was he not angry, he became happy. He said to Lu Yuan, Boss Lu, look, the people you found for us don't know how to cook. Although Mr. Peter learned it at the last minute, you can only measure rice and cook porridge with a measuring cup. What right do you have to criticize him? Lu Yuan sneered and stood up. Besides, Mr. Peter is mainly responsible for your personal safety. Cooking is just incidental. Oh, why are you throwing a tantrum? Lu Jin shrunk his neck and muttered, I was just saying. Anyway, I have money, so why would I be afraid of not having enough to eat? It's good that you know. Lu Yuan didn't want to talk to Lu Jin anymore. Lu Jin didn't know how to speak to begin with. Now that he had a woman, everything was fine. He had no scruples, so his words became even more unpleasant. Gu Nianji quickly tried to smooth things over and change the topic. President Lu has to be careful when he's going to the south personally. I've checked the history of the Qin orphanage. It's almost 100 years old, and it's deeply rooted in the south. It's been standing strong for so many years, so it must have a foundation. Lu Yuan's expression cleared up slightly. He smiled and said, that's for sure, so I want to make a trip myself. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Hu Xiaoheng saw that Gu Nianji was worried and smiled. President Lu is very capable. No matter how powerful the Qin orphanage is, it's only a charity organization. How can it be more powerful than mercenaries? Gu Nianji became even more worried when she heard this. She said worriedly, oh no, what if they have mercenaries? No, they definitely have mercenaries. CEO Lu, why don't you not go? I'll go look for young Master He. Then why don't I go? Hu Xiaoheng stood up without batting an eyelid. He didn't want Gu Nianji to go see He Zhichu again. Although He Zhichu and He Qingjian were in high positions of power, they had to follow the rules here. Every move they made was watched by countless people. The Qin orphanage had been established for a long time, and it had always been a well-known brand in the south. In the past 20 years, with the rise of Qin Yaoguang and the Qin family's private hospital group, their reputation had soared throughout the country. When dealing with an organization that relied on its reputation for a living, the slightest bit of carelessness could be caught by others and they would immediately be scolded by the people online. Therefore, it was not as good as Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan, who could show off their skills in private and stir up trouble. Lu Yuan patted Hu Xiaoheng's shoulder and asked him to sit down. He said with a faint smile. Lianpe is old, but he can still eat. What he meant was that he was not old and could still fight in Jianghu. Both Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji understood what he meant. Lu Jin didn't know if he understood or not. He rolled his eyes. All you know how to do is eat. You're not convinced of your old age. President Liu is not old at all. Nowadays, little girls really like a man like President Liu. He's worth having. Gu Nianji kept trying to smooth things over for Lu Jin. She was also tired. Lu Yuan pointed at Lu Jin and said, "For Nianji's sake, I won't argue with you. Keep an eye on Nianji. She's in a dangerous situation. Don't give her a chance to act on her own. She's my daughter. Do I need you to tell me that?" Although Lu Jin was bragging, he didn't dare look Lu Yuan in the eye. He realized that Lu Yuan seemed to be aware of his actions and had been spying on him recently. In the face of Lu Yuan's pervasive surveillance methods, even Lu Jin's high-tech had to retreat. For example, he had once placed a small breath detector in Lu Yuan's bedroom. It could detect whether Lu Yuan was really asleep, pretending to be asleep, or not in the bedroom at all. In the end, it was quickly discovered by Lu Yuan, and he even pulled out the small solar panel from his breath detector. How ridiculous! Lu Yuan gave him a meaningful look. It's good that you know. Now that she's back by your side, if you still can't take care of her, then find a piece of tofu and kill yourself. Lu Jin's spirit of seriousness flared up. He said seriously, tofu can't kill people. Its hardness can't be compared to a skull at all. Boss Lu, you actually said that because you don't want me to die, right? Boss Lu still has me in his heart. Although your words aren't pleasant to hear, I appreciate your kindness. Lu Yuan, don't add drama to yourself. He doesn't have you in his heart at all. Lu Yuan turned his gaze blankly and nodded at Gu Nianji. I'll send you a message. Remember to receive it. Okay, thank you, President Liu. Gu Nianji was moved as she walked Lu Yuan to the elevator door. Lu Yuan's mood recovered. He smiled at her and said, "Go back and keep an eye on your father. I think he's planning something big again." Gu Nianji immediately thought of Lu Jin's strange words from time to time recently. Her heart sank, and she quickly said, "President Liu, you mean?" Literally. Your father is a genius. A genius's brain circuit is different from ordinary people like us. Lu Yuan sighed. Nianji, you're also a genius. You should be able to understand your father's thoughts. Gu Nianji smiled bitterly. President Liu, compared to my father, my so-called genius is like a firefly competing with the sun. They can't be compared at all. But you're the most important thing in his heart, so as long as you pay more attention to him, he won't bear to leave you. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, the elevator door slowly closed in front of him. After Lu Yuan left, Hu Xiaoheng stayed in Lu Yuan's apartment. Gu Nianji already knew that Lu Yuan was Hu Xiaoheng's uncle, Wu Guanyuan, so she didn't think it was inappropriate. However, Lu Jin still couldn't stand the sight of Hu Xiaoheng living in Lu Yuan's apartment. Sometimes, he would pick on Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng himself was also quite busy. He wasn't in the apartment half the time during the day, but he was definitely there at night, and he would be there from sunset. Gu Nianji could no longer care about mediating the discord between Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Jin. She was fully focused on preparing for Monday's court session. On Sunday night, she went to bed early. Hu Xiaoheng came to her apartment and sat on the sofa in the living room, flipping through a few military and technology magazines. Lu Jin also walked in with his computer and sat on the sofa opposite Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng said politely, "Uncle Lu, I'll be here. You can go back and rest. I'm guarding against you." Lu Jin blurted out. Hu Xiaoheng, Lu Jin looked at him righteously. This is my daughter's apartment. What does it look like for a man and a woman to be in the same room? With me here, no one will gossip. He spoke as if he cared about other people's gossip. However, Hu Xiaoheng knew that Lu Jin actually didn't care what other people said at all. Perhaps it wasn't that he didn't care, but that he couldn't hear it at all. This was because most of his attention was focused on his own scientific research, and he had always ignored other people's gossip. However, today, he had used gossip as an excuse. He felt very helpless. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips curled up. He lowered his head and continued to read the military and technology magazines here. He learned a lot of good things. Gu Nianji slept soundly that night. She had no idea that in her living room, the two most important men in her life had been confronting for the ownership of her living room sofa all night. Gu Nianji finished washing up and came to the living room. She saw that Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Jin were both there. Hu Xiaoheng was fine. He was full of energy, as if he had just slept. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was much more dispirited. His dark circles were frighteningly heavy, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he hadn't slept last night. Gu Nianji quickly said, "Dad, go get some sleep. I have to go to court today, so I can't accompany you." No, even if I have to sleep, I have to go to court to sleep," Lu Jin insisted. "I promise I won't snore." Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng said to her calmly, "Let's go together. I'll take care of Uncle Lu. If Uncle Lu falls asleep, I promise he won't snore in court." The corners of Gu Nianji's eyes twitched uncontrollably. She said, "Okay then, you two take care of each other." However, this way, Gu Nianji's only bit of nervousness disappeared. It wasn't until she walked into courtroom No. 1 and saw He Zhichu and He Qingjian sitting inside that she became nervous again. "Hello, young Master He, General He." Gu Nianji greeted them. "Yes, Nianji, it's up to you today." He Qingjian nodded in satisfaction and turned to the person behind him. "Qingying, will your media release the transcript of today's trial? According to the law, we can broadcast live text, but not video or audio." Xie Qingying walked out from behind He Qingjian and He Zhichu. She was tall and voluptuous, but standing next to He Zhichu, she didn't stand out much. "Cousin Nianji, you can do it." Xie Qingying reached out to her. Gu Nianji smiled and shook her hand. "Cousin Xie, I will." The two of them separated and walked to their seats. Xie Qingying sat with He Zhichu and He Qingjian, and she was sitting between them. Hu Xiaoheng led Lu Jin in with the large group of people from the court and found a place to sit down in a corner. There were so many people here today. Members of the Qin Private Group's legal team, senior executives, board shareholders, relatives and friends of the Qin family. Gu Nianji's gaze quickly swept over and she actually saw Wen Shui at the witness stand. She quickly flipped through the file in her hand and realized that Qin Yaoguang's lawyer had summoned Wen Shui to be Qin Yaoguang's character witness. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and immediately adjusted her defense plan. She said to the judge, "Your Honor, I also want to summon two people to appear in court." The Qin Corporation's lawyer immediately objected. "The other party can't just add people. Then how can you let Miss Gawain be a witness?" Gu Nianji wasn't that easy to fool. "We applied an hour and a half before the court hearing." The other party was obviously deliberately taking advantage of the legal loophole and skirting the line. According to the law here, the summons of a new witness had to be applied at least an hour before the court hearing, so as to give the other party some leeway. It was obvious that she had been taught by the same master as Wen Shui. Gu Nianji immediately looked at her watch and said in return, "There's still 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 15 seconds before the court hearing. I'll officially apply to the court to summon Wen Dao and Liang Meili as suspects." This was today's second update, Chapter 1737, Taught by a Master. Today, we'll continue with the third update, and we'll also add more monthly votes for May. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the third update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1749. The lawyers of the Qin Corporation's private hospital group were obviously stunned for a moment and looked at their watches in unison. Sure enough, there were still 3 minutes before the 1-hour limit was reached. Their expressions immediately turned ugly. Who would feel good when the plan they had come up with was taken advantage of by someone else? The chief lawyer standing at the front said unhappily, "Lawyer Gu, that's boring. Is it fun to take advantage of loopholes in the law?" Gu Nianji chuckled. Only the state officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. You make it sound like you're not taking advantage of loopholes in the law. Aren't you just trying to catch me off guard? I'm just learning and applying it now. Please bear with me. As Gu Nianji spoke, she looked at the judge sitting at the bench and reiterated, "Your Honor, I would like to request that the suspects, Wen Dao and Liang Meili, appear in court." Wen Shi sat at the witness stand and was guarded by a few police officers. She looked at Gu Nianji with a half-smile and thought to herself that she had run out of tricks. Were there no other witnesses to summon? She actually wanted to summon her parents. Could it be that her parents would testify against her? Of course, Gu Nianji, who had never enjoyed her parents' love, could not understand the selfless love that parents had for their children. She became more confident. She raised her head and waited calmly. The judge at the bench discussed with the judges on both sides and agreed to Gu Nianji's request. Soon, the time was up. Neither side could add any more people within an hour. The defendant and the plaintiff sat back in their seats and began to prepare for the trial debate that would begin in a while. Qin Yaoguang was the defendant. Previously, her defense lawyer was Wen Shuyi. Now that Wen Shuyi could not even protect herself, her defense lawyer was a team of lawyers formed by the legal department of the Qin Corporation's private hospital group. Their chief lawyer was also surnamed Qin and was from a branch of the Qin family. 30 minutes later, the door to the courtroom opened again, and Wen Dao and Liang Meili were brought in. They were suspected of kidnapping Gu Nianji, who was still a minor 8 years ago. The two of them admitted to almost all the crimes. Without finding any new clues, the case was basically closed and the verdict would be announced soon. Qin Yaoguang's trial today was the last time she would appear in court for the kidnapping case. Of course, there was still the He family's case waiting for her. He Zhichu had been attacked by an infrasonic weapon. He Qingjian would not let her off so easily. After being brought to court again, Wen Dao and Liang Meili were very dispirited and had aged a lot. But when she saw Wen Shuyi, Liang Meili pulled herself together. She really treated Wen Shuyi as her own daughter. She had doted on her for so many years and was afraid that she would suffer even the slightest grievance. She couldn't be defeated. She had to protect her daughter. Wen Dao cowered behind Liang Meili. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at the people in the courtroom. The prison guards who escorted Wen Dao and Liang Meili and handed over their identification and court summons to verify their identities. The judge in the courtroom saw that the time was up and knocked the gavel hard. The trial of Gu Nianji's lawsuit against Qin Yaoguang's kidnapping case continues. Prosecution and defense, please prepare your testimony. Your Honor, we're ready. Qin Yaoguang's chief lawyer, Lawyer Qin, stood up gracefully. His figure was tall, and his hair was combed until it was shiny. It was so slippery that it could even kill a fly. The three-piece suit looked very imposing on him. Gu Nianji stood up unhurriedly. Today, she was wearing an old-fashioned LV custom-made black professional dress. She didn't wear a skirt, but straight trousers. This style looked like a popular style from more than a decade ago. Although it fit her very well, it looked outdated and old-fashioned. Her long seaweed-like hair was coiled up behind her head. If it weren't for her pair of bright black grape-like eyes, she would have looked a little old. She also deliberately wore high heels. With a height of 1.7 meters and a pair of 7-centimeter high heels, she wasn't shorter than the chief lawyer opposite her at all. She stood slender and graceful in the courtroom like an ink lotus in an ink painting. There was a faint murderous aura in her beauty. He Qingjian, who was sitting in the gallery, looked at Gu Nianji's outfit and couldn't move his gaze at all. This outfit used to look so familiar. Wasn't this what Qin Suan used to dress up in court? Black LV custom-made professional dress, long hair coiled up, and crisp words and actions. It was as if they had been printed from the same mold. Especially from his angle, he could only see Gu Nianji's back. This back view, had been engraved in his heart ever since he first mistook Qin Suan for Qin Yaoguang decades ago. After so many years, he had never forgotten it for a single day, and it became more and more fresh as time went by. He Zhichu looked at Gu Nianji's outfit and was slightly stunned. This was the outfit that his mother, Qin Suan, had worn when she appeared in court. He had seen it since he was young. Where did Gu Nianji get it from? Of course, Gu Nianji had learned it from Qin Suan's court videos that Lu Jin had given her. Her goal was very simple. She wanted to set up Qin Yaoguang, target Qin Yaoguang, anger Qin Yaoguang, and provoke her. This was Gu Nianji's two-pronged preparation. If she couldn't tear open the defense line from Wendayo and Liang Meili, then she could only start with He Qingjian and defeat Qin Yaoguang's defenses. This man was Qin Yaoguang's demon. All these years, she had never stopped loving him. Then, only Qin Suan, who He Qingjian loved deeply, could make Qin Yaoguang go crazy. The trick was not old, as long as it worked. Your Honor, I'm ready to. Gu Nianji bowed slightly, and her gaze slowly swept across the huge lineup of people in the dock. It could be seen that the Qin family had put in a lot of effort this time. They were determined to get Qin Yaoguang off the hook. The judge nodded. If there's no objection, the plaintiff's lawyer, please begin. He waited for 3 seconds before striking the gavel again. Gu Nianji walked out from behind the plaintiff's stand. Judging from the lineup on both sides, she was indeed alone. Compared to the 7 or 8 lawyers on the opposite side of the dock, she stood there alone. She had a sense of desolation and independence. Some people in the gallery couldn't help but sympathize with her. This was simply going against a rich and powerful corporate machine of a listed company on her own. It was like Don Quixote challenging a windmill. Her courage was commendable, but she was overestimating herself. Qin Yaoguang tried her best to suppress the hostility in her heart and didn't look at Gu Nianji. After so many years, the figure that had almost become her nightmare appeared in front of her again. How was that possible? How was that possible? She lowered her head and covered her rapidly beating heart with her hand. Even her eardrums were filled with the sound of her blood rushing wildly. Calm down, she had to calm down. She had to show the mental fortitude of a scientist and not be scared by that little b*tch. Qin Yaoguang half closed her eyes and recalled the scene of her experimenting on Gu Nianji before she could feel better. Just as she was trying to control her emotions, Gu Nianji's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Ha! Miss Qin Yaoguang, what's wrong? Your face is so pale and your heart is beating so fast. Is it because you have a guilty conscience? This was today's third update, Chapter 1738, Routine. We will continue with the third update today, and we will also add more monthly votes for May. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1750. Qin Yaoguang suddenly opened her eyes and saw Gu Nianji's half-smile. She was so shocked that she almost jumped up from the dock. You, get lost. Qin Yaoguang dodged desperately as if she didn't know Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and slowly straightened her body. She smiled and said, "You want to pretend to be mentally ill? Miss Qin Yaoguang, don't you think it's too late to pretend now?" Lawyer Qin, the chief lawyer next to Qin Yaoguang, kicked her lightly. Qin Yaoguang came back to her senses and realized that she had lost her composure. She clasped her hands under the dock and sat back down. She closed her eyes tightly, pursed her lips, and resumed her silent expression. Qin Yaoguang's chief lawyer breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at Gu Nianji. He said loudly, "Objection. The plaintiff's lawyer used imaginary humiliation to threaten my client and put a lot of psychological pressure on my client." Gu Nianji smiled and turned to look at the judge and jurors in the courtroom to see what they had to say. The three of them chatted for a while in the courtroom and said to Gu Nianji, "Plaintiff's lawyer, please watch your words. Don't stray too far from the point." They didn't say that she shouldn't say that about Qin Yaoguang, but they didn't encourage her to continue. This was like hitting each other 30 times. Gu Nianji nodded. "Thank you, Your Honor and the two jurors." After saying that, she turned to Qin Yaoguang and spoke faster. "Miss Qin Yaoguang, may I ask why you instructed Wen Dayou and Liang Meili to help you kidnap 12-year-old Gu Nianji 8 years ago? Gu Nianji is your biological daughter. Why did you leave her in the He family for 6 years and ignore her? 6 years later, why did you kidnap her and take her away from the He family?" When Gu Nianji asked these questions, her tone was very different from her usual tone. Only 3 people present could tell that Gu Nianji was deliberately imitating Qin Suwen's tone and speed of speech. These 3 people were Lu Jin, He Qingjian, and He Zhichu. Oh, there might be a 4th person, Qin Yaoguang, who was on the verge of breaking down because of Gu Nianji's tone and speed of speech. "Shut up. You're my daughter. Do I need your permission to do what I want to do?" Qin Yaoguang suddenly opened her eyes and screamed hysterically. When Gu Nianji asked questions, she treated herself as a completely different person. She kept referring to herself as Gu Nianji. Not only did it give others the wrong impression, but it also gave her a sense of calmness and sharpness. Gu Nianji quickly continued to ask before Lawyer Qin could react. "So you instructed Wen Dayou and Liang Meili to kidnap Gu Nianji on her birthday and take her to the airport in an attempt to smuggle her out of the country, right?" Qin Yaoguang was about to shout when Wen Shiyi's voice pierced through her like a sharp thorn. She shouted, "Auntie Qin. Calm down. This is a courtroom. You're facing Gu Nianji's lawyer. The judge will definitely give us justice." Wen Shiyi's shout pulled Qin Yaoguang back from the edge of madness in time. Qin Yaoguang's eyes widened as she looked at Gu Nianji. Her eyes were almost bloodshot. The chief lawyer beside her, Lawyer Qin, came back to his senses from the shock and said to the judge again, "My client is agitated. We would like to apply for a 10-minute adjournment." The judge looked at Qin Yaoguang, who looked like she was about to collapse, and called for the healthcare doctor prepared by the court to examine Qin Yaoguang. Qin Yaoguang's blood pressure and heartbeat were indeed abnormally fast, and cold sweat broke out on her back, as if her emotions had been greatly affected. The healthcare doctor nodded to the judge. The defendant had better rest for 10 minutes to see how it goes. The judge banged his gavel. Adjournment for 10 minutes. As soon as the judge said adjournment, Qin Yaoguang was immediately taken out of the courtroom by the bailiff and went to the lounge next to her to get oxygen. Her chief lawyer followed her in and stayed by her side. Liang Meili looked at Wen Shiyi, who was sitting on the other side of the witness stand. The love in her eyes was about to overflow. "Shiyi, you've lost weight." Before she could finish her sentence, she was taken away by the bailiff. When Wen Dayou walked past Wen Shiyi, he stopped for a moment. He looked at Wen Shiyi and his eyes gradually became confused. "Shiyi, what happened to your face?" "Nothing. I went to the south to get a facial, Wen Shuyi said calmly. Dad, you have to take care of Mom. I think she looks haggard. Okay. Wen Dayo nodded nonchalantly. You have to take care of yourself. He signaled with his eyes for Wen Shuyi to rest assured. Wen Shuyi breathed a sigh of relief and watched Wen Dayo and Liang Mei's backs disappear at the entrance of the courtroom. She couldn't move freely herself, and the policewoman kept watching her. Gu Nianji didn't go out. She sat alone on the plaintiff's stand and took out a bottle of iced milk to take a sip. She was actually very excited and nervous, and milk had a calming effect. She needed to drink some milk to calm herself down. Although it was just a few words, it was like a stormy sea to her. It could be said that Qin Yaoguang's reaction had completely exceeded her expectations. She knew that Qin Yaoguang must have had a knot in her heart about Qin Suwen, but she didn't expect it to be so big. Her reaction was too strong. Was there really no other inside story? He Qingjian sat in the gallery and looked at Gu Nianji's back without moving. He was immersed in his memories from a long time ago, and his expression was sweet and sad. He Jichu didn't look at Gu Nianji. He supported his head with one hand and sat in a seat by the aisle. He looked cold and distant. Xie Qingying's gaze never left He Jichu. No matter if she raised her head, lowered her head, or tilted her head, she couldn't look away from He Jichu. However, He Jichu didn't speak, and she also sat quietly at the side without speaking. She just quietly accompanied him. Lu Jin and Hu Xiaoheng sat in the corner of the gallery. They were blocked by the Qin family and tried their best to reduce their presence. Lu Jin whispered to Hu Xiaoheng. Nianji is also quite talented in acting. The role she played today was called Qin Suwen. It could be said that it was extremely lifelike. Although the form was not the same, the spirit was similar. In the lounge next to the courtroom, Lawyer Qin said anxiously to Qin Yaoguang, Dean Qin, you can't do this. If you're emotionally unstable, we can request a psychiatric evaluation and then adjourn for a period of time. In your current state, you won't be able to face the opposing lawyer's questioning. She can make you say the wrong thing at any moment and confess without being pressed. Lawyer Qin was also very worried about Qin Yaoguang's condition. Actually, Gu Nianji didn't seem to have asked any big questions, but why was Qin Yaoguang's reaction so big? Dean Qin. Cousin, do you have something to tell me? Lawyer Qin was alone with Qin Yaoguang. This was his right as a lawyer. He was now worried that Qin Yaoguang was hiding something from him, which would put him at a disadvantage in court. Qin Yaoguang sat beside him and inhaled oxygen. Plenty of oxygen entered her bloodstream and was carried to all the organs in her body, especially her brain. Qin Yaoguang's mood finally calmed down. Of course, she knew that the main reason wasn't the oxygen, but that she didn't have to see Gu Nianji's custom-made black LV professional dress that she hated the moment she saw it. Her rationality gradually returned, and her brain was able to think properly. Qin Yaoguang unplugged the oxygen inhalation device and said aloofly, Gu Nianji scared me just now. It's fine now. I won't be intimidated by her again. Really? Lawyer Qin looked at her suspiciously. But Lawyer Gu didn't do anything out of line. How was she pretending to be mysterious? He couldn't tell at all. You don't understand. Qin Yaoguang shook her head lightly. But she can only use the same strategy once. It won't be so effective if she uses it again. Qin Yaoguang sneered. Anyway, I'll just deny it all later. There's no witness or physical evidence. I'll see how she testifies against me. That's good, that's good. Lawyer Qin wiped the sweat on his forehead with a grayish-blue handkerchief and tidied up the few strands of hair on his head. He said, then when we go to court later, just deny the questions she asked. Be careful not to fall into her trap. Okay, I know. Qin Yaoguang was still very calm and composed when she wasn't threatened by Qin Suan's shadow. 10 minutes later, the court was in session again. This time, Gu Nianji allowed the opposing lawyer to ask questions first. Lawyer Qin didn't expect Gu Nianji to stop questioning Qin Yaoguang, so he relaxed. He stood up with the information he had prepared beforehand. After saluting everyone in the courtroom in a graceful manner, he first came to Wen Shuyi and said, "Ms. Wen Shuyi, please introduce yourself." Wen Shuyi nodded calmly. Her voice was steady and gentle. "My name is Wen Shuyi. I graduated from Harvard Law School in the United States as a law graduate. I'm a lawyer in both the United States and Huaxia. I once joined the army and was Major General He Zhichu's personal secretary. Later, I retired from the army and transferred to civilian work. Now, I'm the executive director of the Qin Private Hospital Group." She said her long list of titles, and it seemed that her credibility had increased. The smile on Lawyer Qin's face widened. "Ms. Wen Shuyi is such an outstanding professional woman. Then, please tell me, how is my client's character?" Dean Qin is a very competent brain surgeon and biological genetic engineering scientist. She has saved countless people and has many patents and inventions. The concept of gene editing she proposed 20 years ago almost rewrote the development of international genetic engineering. I don't believe that such a great scientist, a scientist who has made outstanding contributions to the evolution of all mankind, would do such a thing. Wen Shuyi spoke confidently. Taking 10,000 steps back, with her intelligence and status, if she really wanted to do it, she would have 10,000 ways to take Gu Nianji away without leaving a trace. She was Lawyer Gu when she was young. What's more, she directly asked the He family to take her daughter away. If you don't believe me, you can ask the two powerful figures of the He family who are listening here today and see if they will stop Dean Qin from taking her biological daughter away from their family. It was something that could have been done legally and openly. Why would Dean Qin give up on what's close at hand? It's completely illogical. In conclusion, whether it's Dean Qin's character, ability, or status, I don't think she would do what the plaintiff accused her of. Wen Shuyi was Qin Yaoguang's character witness. She used her profession and status to endorse Qin Yaoguang's character, which was quite convincing. The judge nodded frequently. Qin Yaoguang perked up and nodded at Wen Shuyi with a smile. Lawyer Qin came to Gu Nianji's stand again and asked gently, "Lawyer Gu, do you still remember what happened when you were 12 years old?" This question had to be said to be very sharp. If Gu Nianji said she remembered, she would be lying. If she said she didn't remember, she would be lying before. However, she had been prepared for this question from the moment Gu Nianji had accused Wen Dao and Liang Meili of kidnapping her. Therefore, she replied calmly, "It depends on what you're asking. I'm 20 years old this year. If you ask me who I met, what I wore, and what I ate on a certain day when I was 12 years old, that is, 8 years ago, I definitely don't remember." Without waiting for Lawyer Qin's reaction, Gu Nianji quickly said, "If I ask Lawyer Qin what kind of file you read on a certain day 8 years ago, can you remember?" The corners of Lawyer Qin's mouth twitched, and he said coldly, "Lawyer Gu, as long as you answer yes or no, there's no need to say so much. I'm sorry, your question is too broad. It's impossible to answer with only yes or no." Gu Nianji insisted on her opinion and didn't give the other lawyer a chance. Lawyer Qin looked down at the information and had no choice but to change the question. "Then may I ask, do you remember who took you away from the He family 8 years ago?" "I remember," Gu Nianji said lightly. "It was the He family's gardener, Wen Dao and Liang Meili." "How do you remember that?" Lawyer Qin asked sarcastically. "Because this matter was very serious, so serious that it left a huge shadow on my youth. Lawyer Qin, believe me, if you were kidnapped when you were 12 years old, you would also remember the person who kidnapped you. Lawyer Qin, He was speechless, so he continued, "Are they in court?" "Yes." "Then why did you bring them to court as witnesses?" "Because they were only the executors of the kidnapping plan. Someone else was in charge of the kidnapping plan." Gu Nianji glanced at Qin Yaoguang. Everyone could tell that she meant that Qin Yaoguang had instructed it. "But they denied that my client had instructed the kidnapping plan." Lawyer Qin used his hand to push up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. "Lawyer Gu, are you trying to frame them, force them to confess, or are you trying to mislead everyone?" Gu Nianji stood up with a smile and said, "May I ask if you're done?" Lawyer Qin was stunned. "You haven't answered my question yet." "My answer is that I didn't frame them, I didn't force them to confess, and I didn't mislead everyone. I speak with facts." Gu Nianji stood up with a copy of the DNA test data and said to the judge in the courtroom, "Your Honor, may I interrogate Wen Dao and Liang Meili now?" This was the first update of the day, 4,000 words, chapter 1739, not similar in appearance, but similar in spirit. There were 2 updates today. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the second update. P.S. I wish the little angels who are taking the college entrance examination tomorrow a good exam and don't think about reading. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1751. Lawyer Qin glanced at Wen Shuyi discreetly. Wen Shuyi lowered her eyes and gently rubbed the space between her eyebrows with her hand. Her slender fingers inadvertently made a few signs. Lawyer Qin understood what she meant and said to Gu Nianji with a sullen face, "Lawyer Gu, don't say I didn't remind you. Wen Dao and Liang Meili are the parents of my client's character witnesses. They are just ordinary gardeners and gardeners. They are honest people and can't stand your intimidation." Gu Nianji walked over and said airily, 8 years ago, someone who could use violence to kidnap a 12-year-old girl isn't very honest." Lawyer Qin's face turned red at Gu Nianji's words. He couldn't help saying, "They haven't been sentenced yet, and you're already convicting them." "I'm not convicting them. I'm just stating the facts." Gu Nianji didn't even look back. She had already stood in front of Wen Dao and Liang Meili. "Mr. Wen Dao, Ms. Liang Meili, please look up and tell me, is your daughter in this courtroom?" Gu Nianji turned around and looked at Wen Shuyi. Liang Meili looked at Gu Nianji in confusion and said, "Of course she's here. My daughter, Shuyi, graduated from Harvard Law School. She's no worse than you." In her heart, her daughter would be considered a winner in life if she could compare to Gu Nianji. Wen Shuyi's face turned red. She bit her lower lip with her snow-white teeth, wishing she could shut Liang Meili up. Wen Dao noticed her expression and quickly stepped on Liang Meili's foot under the table. Liang Meili glared at Wen Dao in pain, but didn't say anything else. Gu Nianji tilted her head with a smile and suddenly said, "Ms. Liang Meili, you're very proud of your daughter, aren't you?" Liang Meili had no choice but to answer this question. Wen Shuyi was the pride of her life. She puffed out her chest and said without hesitation, "Yes, she's my pride." Wen Shuyi looked at her mother and suddenly felt a little touched. Although she was vulgar, she had given birth to her, raised her, and was willing to go to jail for her future. This kind of maternal love was indeed great. Wen Shuyi smiled at Liang Meili. Liang Meili was encouraged and became even happier. "I only have this daughter. I never regret giving birth to her." "Oh. Did you give birth to her? Is he your biological son?" Gu Nianji seized on this topic and finally steered the conversation in the direction she wanted. All these years, Liang Meili had been trying to convince herself that Wen Shuyi was her biological daughter. That was what she thought, and so did her colleagues, friends, and relatives. Therefore, she subconsciously took it as a fact, so she quickly nodded and said, "Of course he's my biological son. She is my only daughter." If I don't love her, who should I love? May I ask which hospital you gave birth to Wen-Shui in? Gu Nianji asked again. Lawyer Qin didn't understand why Gu Nianji was talking about the hospital where Wen-Shui was born. He quickly raised his hand to objection, the plaintiff's lawyer has already deviated from the case and is wasting everyone's time. The judge looked at Gu Nianji. Plaintiff's lawyer, please get to the point. Gu Nianji quickly said, Your Honor, I will prove that everything I ask is closely related to this case. Then let's continue. The judge banged his gavel and looked at Gu Nianji intently as she continued to cross-examine Liang Meili. When Dio coughed uncomfortably, Liang Meili suddenly seemed to have thought of something and fell silent. Gu Nianji was still asking, Miss Liang Meili, please answer. Which hospital was Wen-Shui born in? Liang Meili mumbled for a while and stammered, I can't remember. You can't even remember where you gave birth. Gu Nianji looked surprised. May I ask Ms. Liang Meili, how many children did you have? Why can't you even remember where you gave birth? Liang Meili had just claimed that she only had one daughter, Wen-Shui. Why did she suddenly change her mind? Liang Meili's face was so red that it looked like it was covered with a red cloth. She was extremely embarrassed. Wen-Shui spoke up to help her. My mother didn't study much. It's been so many years. It's possible that she doesn't remember it clearly. Okay. Gu Nianji didn't continue asking, as if she had already given up on the topic. Just as Liang Meili and Wen Dio were starting to relax, Gu Nianji took out another file and clicked her tongue. It's a pity that you don't remember the hospital where the child was born. What's a pity? Liang Meili didn't understand what Gu Nianji was talking about at all. I just don't remember which hospital I gave birth to her in, but I remember that she's my daughter. But... Gu Nianji placed the file in front of Liang Meili and Wen Dio. She frowned slightly and sighed. This examination report shows that your blood type is type O, and Wen-Shui's blood type is type AB. According to genetics, type O blood can't give birth to type AB children. What's going on? Was it a mix-up at the hospital? She added, Look, you didn't say which hospital you gave birth in just now. Otherwise, you could have caused trouble with that hospital. As soon as Gu Nianji said this, the courtroom suddenly fell silent. Liang Meili was anxious. She quickly waved her hand and said, No. I didn't get the wrong child. She is really my daughter. She's my biological daughter. When Dio saw that something was wrong and was worried that Gu Nianji would dig deeper, he quickly said, Lawyer Gu, my wife's brain isn't clear. Actually, Shui was adopted from the orphanage. Therefore, there was a reasonable explanation that her blood type wasn't something that Liang Meili could have given birth to. Gu Nianji's eyes widened into small full moons. So Wen-Shui isn't your biological daughter. She's adopted. Why? Why did you adopt a daughter? We couldn't have a child, so we adopted one. What's there to ask? Wen Dio said impatiently. Liang Meili kept looking in Wen-Shui's direction, worried that she wouldn't be able to take the blow. Wen-Shui had never known that she was adopted since she was a child. Wen-Shui was dumbfounded. She sat on the other side of the witness stand in a daze. Her eyes were dull, as if she had been struck by lightning. She wasn't Liang Meili and Wen Dio's biological daughter? Then who were her parents? When she heard that Liang Meili might not be her biological mother, Wen-Shui's first reaction was that she had been mistaken. And when Wen Dio proved that she had been adopted from the orphanage, Wen-Shui suffered a second round of blow. In an instant, she became an orphan with no parents, just like Gu Nianji. Oh, no, she was even worse off than Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji at least had a biological mother in front of her. Although mother and daughter were like fire and water, they were still mother and daughter. And what about her? Even parents like Wendayo and Liang Meili, who couldn't be seen in public, were going to be lost. Wen Shiyi fell into an unprecedented panic. Liang Meili glared at Gu Nianji like a tigress whose cub had been hurt. She said fiercely, "What does it have to do with you whether my daughter is biological or adopted? You ungrateful little b*tch. You sent your biological mother to prison. You're disloyal and unfilial. You'll die a horrible death." She looked in Wen Shiyi's direction and saw the sudden change in her expression, as if she had suffered a great blow. Her heart ached and she quickly said, "Shiyi, Mom and Dad have always treated you as their biological daughter. What does it matter if you're adopted or not? Mom and Dad only have you as their only daughter." Gu Nianji looked at her silently and felt a little guilty about what was about to happen. No matter how bad Liang Meili was, she had nothing to say about her daughter, Wen Shiyi. Gu Nianji sighed and placed the last file in front of Wendayo and Liang Meili. She asked calmly, "Wen Shiyi was adopted from the orphanage. In other words, she shouldn't be related to you and Wendayo by blood. She's not your biological daughter, right? What's so important about being related by blood? If I say she's my biological daughter, she is," Liang Meili said firmly. Gu Nianji looked at Wendayo, who had been silent all this time. "Mr. Wendayo, what do you think? You and Wen Shiyi aren't related by blood, right?" "Of course not. He and I adopted Shiyi from the Qin orphanage." Liang Meili wiped her tears with the back of her hand and rushed to say. Wendayo was a little embarrassed, but he still nodded. "That's strange." Gu Nianji opened the DNA test report and showed it to everyone in the courtroom. Everyone heard it just now. Wen Shiyi was adopted by Liang Meili and Wendayo from the Qin orphanage. She shouldn't be related by blood to Wendayo and Liang Meili. But this DNA test proves that Wen Shiyi is Wendayo's biological daughter. There was a moment of silence in the courtroom. Then, there was a loud bang. It was like a drop of cold water splashing into a pan of oil. The oil splashed everywhere, and no one could escape. Qin Yaguang didn't expect Gu Nianji to investigate so deeply. Her eyes darkened in an instant. She kicked Lawyer Qin, who was listening with relish, and said in a low voice, "You still don't object? Let her control the pace." Lawyer Qin hurriedly stood up and called out, "Objection." Gu Nianji interrupted, "Wendayo, why did you put your biological daughter in the Qin orphanage and let your wife adopt your biological daughter? Is Wen Shiyi your illegitimate daughter?" Liang Meili finally came back to her senses and shouted, "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How is that possible? Why not?" Gu Nianji threw the DNA test report in front of her. "Take a look for yourself. If you don't understand it, find someone to read it to you, or take your husband and your daughter to any DNA test agency to check again." The muscles on Liang Meili's face twitched and trembled. She thought about how countless people had said that Wen Shiyi looked like her father over the years. At that time, she had been smug and felt that she had a good eye. The daughter that she had casually adopted from the orphanage actually looked like her husband. Now it seemed that she was a complete idiot. This Wen Shiyi was clearly the daughter of Wendayo and his mistress. She hated that she had been raising a daughter for a mistress for so many years. Liang Meili suddenly grabbed her hair and howled. She threw herself on Wendayo and cried and hit him. "You scourge! How dare you look for a mistress? How dare you let me adopt the child that the mistress gave birth to for you? You're not human. You're not human. You yen %%. Liang Meili's last words were so vulgar and unpleasant that Gu Nianji couldn't take it anymore. She continued, "Liang Meili, do you want to know who Wen Shiyi's biological mother is? This is the second watch of the day, chapter 1740. There are 2 watches today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. I wish the little angels who are taking the college entrance examination tomorrow a good exam and don't think about reading. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1752. Liang Mei's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. She said repeatedly, "Who is it? Hurry up and tell me, who is it?" Liang Mei was so aggressive that she could kill anyone who stood in her way. Qin Yaoguang's chief lawyer, Lawyer Qin, hurriedly said loudly, "Objection. This question has nothing to do with this case." The judge in the courtroom looked at Gu Nianji. Before he could ask, Gu Nianji interrupted, "Your Honor, I will soon prove that this matter is closely related to this case. You're talking about who Ms. Wen's biological mother is. May I ask what this has to do with my client?" Lawyer Qin was very dissatisfied with the judge's bias in favor of Gu Nianji. "Your Honor, please stop the plaintiff's lawyer from gossiping like a market gossip." Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing. She nodded and repeated, "Yes, what does the matter of Ms. Wen Shuyi's biological mother have to do with your client, Qin Yaoguang? I didn't say they were related. Look, it shouldn't have anything to do with them at all." Gu Nianji was actually walking a tightrope. She had started with Luo Piapiao's DNA to find out Wen Shuyi's kinship with the Qin family. However, Luo Piapiao had already been blown to pieces. She couldn't bring up the results of Luo Piapiao's DNA test, so she could only beat around the bush and let Wen Dao and Liang Mei reveal it themselves. Liang Mei didn't know who Wen Shuyi's biological mother was, but Wen Dao definitely knew. Gu Nianji's gaze stopped on Wen Dao's uneasy face and she said to Liang Mei, "Why are you asking me, Ms. Liang Mei? Shouldn't you ask your husband? He must know who your daughter's biological mother is." Liang Mei's anger instantly turned to Wen Dao. She screamed and pounced on Wen Dao again and again, slapping his head and back repeatedly. Wen Dao covered his head and dodged in a sorry state. It wasn't easy for him to be protected by the bailiff. Liang Mei was also restrained by the two female bailiffs. She was short and stout. She had lost a lot of weight during her imprisonment, but she had also aged a lot. She had originally worn a neatly made brocade coat and black velvet trousers in court today, but now they were a mess. Liang Mei was being held by the two female bailiffs. She was still hysterically scolding Wen Dao. "How dare you cheat on me? I'll fight you to the death." The judge frowned and banged his gavel. "Silence. There is no noise in the court. Take Ms. Liang Mei out to calm down." The two female bailiffs took the staggering Liang Mei out. Gu Nianji looked at the timid Wen Dao and walked over. She stared into his eyes and asked, "Mr. Wen Dao, can you explain why your illegitimate daughter appeared in the Qin orphanage? Did you know she was your biological daughter when you adopted her?" Wen Dao hugged his head and squatted in the corner of the witness stand in the courtroom against the wall. He ignored Gu Nianji's question. Gu Nianji waited patiently by the side for a while. Seeing Wen Dao's fearless expression, her face turned cold and she said, "Do you think everyone doesn't know just because you didn't say it? Let me tell you, there are a lot of people who know. The adoption records of the Qin family's orphanage, Wen Shuyi's birth certificate, and the census system of the entire imperium. As long as I input her DNA data, see if I can find the DNA of her immediate family that matches." It was actually impossible to find Wen Shuyi's immediate family with this method. That was because the government census system did not have a complete DNA database. At present, the only DNA database in the government system was the criminal DNA database created by the police system. Anyone with a criminal record would have their DNA stored in the system for easy inquiry. If these people committed a second crime, they would be immediately discovered. Wen Shuyi's biological mother, judging from Luo Piapiao's relationship, was definitely a woman from the Qin family. However, if this person did not have a criminal record, it was impossible for her DNA to be stored in the police system. Therefore, it was impossible to use this kind of DNA data retrieval method to find out who Wen Shuyi's biological mother was. To put it bluntly, Gu Nianji was just using this kind of high-sounding gimmick to scare Wen Dao. Wen Dao was indeed frightened. He loosened his grip on his head and slowly turned his head to look at Gu Nianji. But at that moment, Qin Yaoguang's lawyer finally gave it his all. He quickly reacted and sneered, "Lawyer Gu is really good at bluffing people. I never knew that our country's census system could check DNA data. Why don't you try to scare an honest man?" Wen Dao immediately turned around and continued to squat in the corner with his head in his hands. No matter how hard anyone tried to pull him up, he couldn't get up. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and slowly straightened her back. She lowered her eyes and pondered for a while. She decided to continue playing psychological warfare. She couldn't directly point out the relationship between Wen Shuyi's biological mother and the Qin family. She couldn't even give any hints. All she could do was make Wen Dao expose himself. But how could she do it? Qin Yaoguang's chief lawyer took the opportunity and immediately said, "My client's character witness, Ms. Wen Shuyi, isn't in good condition. I want to apply for a half-hour adjournment so that the doctor can take a look at her." The judge discussed it with the two judges and agreed, 15 minutes. The court will resume in 15 minutes. He then said to Gu Nianji, "Lawyer Gu, if you still can't prove that your question has something to do with this case, this court will prohibit you from bringing up questions related to Ms. Wen Shuyi's background again." Gu Nianji could only smile and say, "Thank you, Your Honor, for giving me this opportunity to prove my point." After the court adjourned, Gu Nianji didn't speak to anyone and walked out of the courtroom alone. She went to the cabinet where she kept her belongings and took out her phone. She wanted to check some information, but saw that Lu Jin had sent her a text message, "Look at your email." Gu Nianji quickly opened her email and found that Lu Jin had sent her a letter. This letter was actually Wen Dao's resume from birth until now. All these years, where he had been, what he had done, everything was listed clearly. And most importantly, this data was obtained from a public and legal place. It could be used as evidence in court. It wasn't like Luo Piapiao's DNA data, which could only point them in the direction of the investigation, but could not be publicly used as legal evidence. Gu Nianji skimmed through it and immediately had an idea. Some of the content was really interesting. 15 minutes later, Wen Shuyi and Liang Meili had both calmed down. Even Wen Dao was much more composed. However, when they walked in, their expressions were still not very good. Wen Shuyi didn't look at Liang Meili and Wen Dao at all. Liang Meili's emotions were even more complicated. She thought that she should hate Wen Shuyi, because she was the daughter of a mistress. But she had raised her with her own hands. She had been by her side since she was born, fed her milk by milk, and raised her. How was the effort she had spent on her all these years different from that of her biological daughter? Liang Meili couldn't hate Wen Shuyi at all. Gu Nianji watched as they sat down on both sides of the witness stand. Originally, the witnesses were supposed to appear in court one by one, but Gu Nianji needed them to appear in court together, so she had specially applied to the court. As far as the court was concerned, there was no fixed rule for how witnesses should appear in court. It depended on the results of the discussion between the prosecution and the defense and the court. Gu Nianji looked down at the message Lu Jin had just sent her. She had printed it out and used it as a new court defense document. The judge knocked the gavel on the bench and said in a clear voice, "Counsel for the prosecution, please continue. Please get to the point as soon as possible." Gu Nianji nodded. "Thank you, Your Honor." She took the documents to Wen Dao's witness stand and began to ask him, "Mr. Wen Dao, what is your date of birth?" Wen Dao was stunned and subconsciously glanced at Lawyer Qin. Lawyer Qin nodded slightly at him. Wen Dao told Gu Nianji a date of birth. Gu Nianji asked again, when you were 30 years old, you participated in a medical experiment conducted by the United Nations Population Fund in Huaxia. May I ask what kind of experiment it was? Wen Dao's head jerked up. His mouth was wide open, and his eyes were about to pop out. He looked at Gu Nianji as if he didn't understand how she knew about this at all. He had participated in the medical experiment because he was attracted by the high cost of the experiment. He only needed to masturbate a few times to donate sperm, and he would get 1,000 yuan. It was really easy to earn. However, this method was still a little shocking to the conservative Huaxia Empire at that time, so they all tacitly kept it a secret. The people who came to participate in the experiment wore masks, and no one knew each other. After leaving, they immediately went their separate ways. Wen Dao wanted more money, so he came several times. Mr. Wen Dao, may I ask what kind of experiment it was? Gu Nianji knocked on the witness stand in front of her and asked again. Wen Dao's dark red face alternated between red and white, and the change in his expression was very obvious. Although he didn't say anything, from his expression, it was definitely true. Aren't you going to say it? Gu Nianji continued to look at her information. I have a piece of information published by the United Nations Population Fund here. It describes the purpose and results of the experiment. This experiment was to study the reproductive and genetic functions of the Huaxia Empire, especially the unique gene fragments of the Huaxia Empire. Mr. Wen Dao, I'm just curious. You donated your sperm when you were 30 years old, and then when Shui was born. If you didn't have a mistress and didn't cheat, then someone used your sperm and another woman's egg cells to synthesize a fertilized egg, and then gave birth to Wen Shui. She looked at the information in her hand and asked, but that's not right. Why did the child you gave birth to after donating sperm to the United Nations Population Fund appeared in the Qin orphanage? Also, the information shows that when you adopted Wen Shui, she was just born. It had been several years since Mr. Wen Dao donated his sperm. Mr. Wen Dao, do you think we would believe your clumsy lies? You clearly had a mistress. You clearly had an affair. Gu Nianji's expression became stern. You clearly tried to use medical experiments to confuse the public. I didn't. I didn't cheat. I don't have a mistress. Wen Dao was anxious. Liang Meili jumped up again. She felt that Gu Nianji's words made sense, so she started to hit Wen Dao again. She shouted, "You're still lying to me. You're still lying to me. Tell me. Who is that damned mistress?" Wen Dao was distracted by Liang Meili, and he had to try his best to prove his innocence. He shouted, "I don't know why Shui was in the Qin orphanage either. Dean Qin might know. She was the one who asked me to adopt Shui and said that she was my biological daughter." At that time, Dean Qin was also helping the United Nations Population Fund with that medical experiment. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1741, Self-Exposure. There were 2 updates today. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1753. A trace of panic flashed through Qin Yaoguang's eyes, and she quickly glanced in He Qingjian's direction. He Qingjian's expression was calm and indifferent. His gaze was fixed on Gu Nianji, and he didn't look at her at all. Qin Yaoguang bit her lip. Her mood was like a pickled cabbage that had been rolled in a jar of sauce. It was salty and bitter. Gu Nianji looked at Qin Yaoguang with a smile. Although she looked calm on the surface, she was actually sweating profusely. It hadn't been easy. She had finally pointed the finger at the Qin family. Gu Nianji also wanted to know why the egg cells of a woman from the Qin family had combined with Wen Dao, the gardener, to give birth to Wen Shui. She actually didn't care which woman from the Qin family had donated the egg cells. It didn't matter to her at all. She only wanted to grab hold of Qin Yaoguang's weakness and make Liang Meili completely target Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji coughed and smiled. Miss Qin Yaoguang, do you want to explain why when Shuyi appeared in the Qin orphanage? Who exactly is her biological mother? Mr. Wendayo just said that you told him that when Shuyi was his biological daughter and instructed him to adopt her. Qin Yaoguang's face was extremely cold, and her voice was bone-chilling. She said with a straight face. This is just a scientific experiment. There are so many fertilized eggs. How would I know who her biological mother is? Then how do you know who her biological father is? Gu Nianji asked like a curious baby. That's really strange. Most people know their mother, but not their father. You only know your father, but not your mother. TSK, could it be that when Shuyi actually jumped out of a rock? I said it's a scientific experiment. Every donor's sperm has a serial number, so it's easy to check. Qin Yaoguang straightened her neck impatiently. What does this have to do with you? Aren't you crossing the line? Scientific experiment. Only the donor's serial number. No egg donor's serial number. Gu Nianji walked to Qin Yaoguang's dock and placed her hands on the table of the dock. She looked down at Qin Yaoguang, and her gaze darkened. Or is Dean Qin saying that you helped the United Nations Population Fund use the donor's sperm and egg cells to conduct artificial insemination experiments? Qin Yaoguang snorted. This is a project funded by the United Nations Population Fund. It's legal. If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. Gu Nianji smiled and said deliberately, but I remember that our country has legislation that prohibits such experiments. In other words, experiments on human reproduction are explicitly prohibited. That's why scientists like Dean Qin have to bypass the law and use their own eggs to conduct human genetic reproduction experiments, right? Of course. Qin Yaoguang suddenly raised her head and said with a fake smile, you were born like this. What's wrong? Can't I? She seemed to have caught hold of Gu Nianji's weakness and laughed out loud. Gu Nianji, aren't you a very good lawyer? Why don't you know the principle of no retroactivity of the law? When we assisted the United Nations Population Fund in this experiment, our country had not yet enacted a law prohibiting experiments. Gu Nianji nodded and said seriously, now that I think about it, it seems to be right. Ms. Wen Shuyi is 26 years old this year. When she was born, our country did not have the relevant laws to prohibit this experiment. That's because our country's relevant laws were enacted 20 years ago with the strong support of Ms. Qin Suwen. That's right. Dean Qin remembers very clearly that when you did this experiment, it was indeed before the relevant laws were enacted. Of course, the laws prohibiting experiments couldn't stop you. It's good that you know. Qin Yaoguang felt that she had finally gotten back at him. She felt extremely happy and glanced at He Qingjian a few times. However, He Qingjian had already retracted his gaze and looked down at the back of the seat in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. Gu Nianji let go of her hand and placed it behind her back. She emphasized again, so Dean Qin, you admit that you were already conducting experiments on human genetic reproduction before the relevant laws were enacted. Not only did you conduct experiments, but you also successfully gave birth to an artificially inseminated baby. Like Ms. Wen Shuyi. Qin Yaoguang snorted. Anyway, Wen Shuyi was born before the law prohibiting experiments took effect. Don't even think about suing me for breaking the law. No, I don't need to sue you for breaking the law. I'm just thinking. Gu Nianji turned around and looked in He Zhichu and He Qingjian's direction. Dean Qin and the United Nations Population Fund are using our citizens to conduct human genetic reproduction experiments on our soil. Does the government know about this? She shook the information in her hand. This is all the relevant experimental information published on the official website of the United Nations Population Fund. Although it's been more than 20 years, the information online has never faded. I hope the relevant authorities will investigate the medical experiments conducted by the United Nations Population Fund in the Huaxia Empire more than 20 years ago and see what kind of genetic data they collected. As for Dean Qin, I have something else to ask you. You admit that Ms. Wen Shuyi was your test subject for genetic experiments, don't you? Qin Yaoguang snorted and rolled her eyes as she looked at Gu Nianji from head to toe. You too. I know I am. Gu Nianji tilted her head with a smile. But you gave birth to me. Who gave birth to Ms. Wen Shuyi? Qin Yaoguang laughed coldly in her heart and said calmly, I didn't give birth to Wen Shuyi. What does it have to do with this case? It has a lot to do with it. Gu Nianji smiled faintly. If Dean Qin doesn't tell me, then I'll have to investigate it myself. Gu Nianji raised her voice and turned to the judge in the courtroom. Your Honor, I request for a search warrant. Objection. Qin Yaoguang's chief lawyer said loudly, the plaintiff's lawyer has wasted too much time on unrelated matters. We request that we quickly get to the point and stop pursuing the origins of my client's character witnesses. How is it unrelated? Gu Nianji was also angry. She turned to look at Lawyer Qin and said coldly, Qin Yaoguang, don't think that I won't be able to find out who it is just because you haven't told me. She walked slowly in the courtroom and said as she thought. Actually, it's not difficult to find this woman. First of all, if Wen Shuyi was really a test tube baby through artificial insemination, then we can definitely find out the woman who donated the egg cells. This woman is Wen Shuyi's biological mother. At that time, there was a list of sperm donors, and there was also a list of egg cells donated. We just need to get the list and compare the DNA data of these people with the United Nations Population Fund. Qin Yaoguang chuckled and said arrogantly, go and check it out. If you have the ability, go ahead and check it out. I'll check it out. Gu Nianji didn't back down. But before I check the data, I still need to check the DNA of all the medical staff who participated in the experiment. Qin Yaoguang's expression changed and she suddenly stood up. Ridiculous. Why do you want to check the DNA of the medical staff? As a lawyer, how dare you seriously invade personal privacy? Qin Yaoguang, when you cooperated with international organizations and sold the genetic data of our citizens, why didn't you think of invading personal privacy? Gu Nianji retorted. Qin Yaoguang waved her hand and said angrily, how can this be the same? They all signed the consent form. We didn't sign the consent form when you investigated our medical staff. Isn't this an invasion of personal privacy? Okay then. Gu Nianji was waiting for her to say this. That's easier. Hand over the list of people who signed the consent form and I'll check them one by one. Let's see who Wen Shuyi's biological mother is. If I can't find Wen Shuyi's biological mother on your list, either you're lying or Wen Dayo is lying. Gu Nianji glanced at the flustered Wen Dayo and saw that he was cowering and lowering his head. He didn't dare to look at her at all. Qin Yaoguang was as cold as ice. She looked at Gu Nianji as if knives were about to fly out of her eyes. Gu Nianji continued to reason, actually, there's another problem. Qin Yaoguang knows that Wen Shuyi is Wen Dayo's biological daughter. This also indirectly means that Qin Yaoguang should be very familiar with Wen Shuyi's biological mother. Otherwise, with so many fertilized eggs, how could she only remember Wen Shuyi's biological father? Gu Nianji insisted that Qin Yaoguang knew who Wen Shuyi's biological parents were. Liang Meili, who had been dumbstruck just now, was inspired and came up with an idea. She shouted desperately, Dean Qin, tell me who Shuyi's biological mother is, or I'll tell you the truth about Gu Nianji's kidnapping 8 years ago. This is the second watch of the day, Chapter 1742, Dew Falls. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1754. Liang Mei's quick-witted shout simply shocked everyone present. Gu Nianji finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was a fine layer of sweat on her back, and her forehead was also wet with sweat. Where the tip of her nose was facing the light, she could see tiny sparkling diamonds of water. It was also sweat. However, the spearhead was still pointed at the Qin family, and even at Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji wanted to throw her head back and laugh out loud. Unfortunately, she couldn't. She only felt exhausted. Liang Mei really wasn't smart, and her IQ was even lower than that of an ordinary person. That was why she had spent so much effort and repeated it over and over again. She was just short of pointing at her nose and asking her to speak, and risking being dished by the judge. Liang Mei finally thought of this excuse. Gu Nianji raised her head and looked in Qin Yaoguang's direction. Qin Yaoguang felt terrible. She sat in the dock, and her expression seemed to be covered with a layer of rubber. She couldn't make an expression even if she wanted to. The chief lawyer beside her was so shocked that he was almost speechless. What did Liang Mei mean? Could there be an unknown truth about the kidnapping case back then? Lawyer Qin stood up and shouted at Liang Mei, "Liang Mei, do you know what you're doing? Not only are you suspected of giving false testimony and obstructing justice, but you're also threatening my client in public. Do you think the court is a market for bargaining?" After saying that, he turned to the bench and said excitedly, "Your Honor, Liang Mei and Wendayo are no longer suitable to be prosecution witnesses. I request that they be expelled from the court and sentenced to death according to the law." Gu Nianji clicked her tongue and walked up to Lawyer Qin. She tilted her head and looked him up and down. She said slowly, "Lawyer Qin, Liang Mei and Wendayo are important suspects in this case. Do you think they're witnesses I found? Didn't you ask them to testify in court?" "Yes, can't I? If you don't understand, you can learn more about tainted witnesses." Gu Nianji smiled as she watched Lawyer Qin's face turn from red to white. She glanced in Qin Yaoguang's direction. "Miss Qin Yaoguang, I advise you to tell us who Ms. Wenshui's biological mother is. Otherwise, if you hide it for others, you'll be the one in trouble." As she spoke, Gu Nianji bowed to Qin Yaoguang and whispered, "Are you that selfless? If you're really that desperate to cover up for her, I have to think carefully. What kind of deity is Wenshui's biological mother? Is it worth it for you to go to jail and refuse to reveal her true identity?" Qin Yaoguang retreated in disgust and said coldly, "Don't get so close to me. I feel disgusted when I see you. You're disgusting, yet you still gave birth to me. It's obvious that you're disgusting her mother." Gu Nianji shrugged. This level of words had no effect on her. At this moment, she felt that it was great that she had no memory of her life before she was 12 years old. Without the memories of that time, it meant that there was no burden on the past. If she could still remember, she might also have longed for and relied on maternal love, right? With Qin Yaoguang's attitude, she would definitely be hurt a lot. It might even become her greatest weakness after she became an adult. Freud said that a person's character, conduct, and behavioral characteristics after adulthood are formed from childhood. When you're still ignorant, your behavior patterns and life experiences are pretty much fixed in one direction. Gu Nianji had always felt that this statement was particularly irresponsible. Attributing all bad habits and wrongdoings to childhood experiences was actually the subconscious of the cowardice and avoidance of certain Western adults. Lu Xun had said that true warriors dared to face a bleak life and dared to face the dripping blood. This was the main difference in attitudes towards life between the East and the West. Of course, Gu Nianji was a standard believer in the Eastern attitude towards life. She looked at Qin Yaoguang and put her hands behind her back. She smiled meaningfully. "Miss Qin Yaoguang, are you going to tell me or not?" "Tobornitob. This is really a Hamlet-like problem. Qin Yaoguang felt like she was stepping on air and falling from a height of tens of thousands of feet. Her entire body was almost weightless. Her heart fell straight to the bottom. She was surrounded by impenetrable walls, and there was no light or sound in the room. She was alone in the darkness, unable to find a way out or see where she was going. However, she couldn't shout or ask for help, just like how she had observed the 2-year-old Gu Nianji's performance when she was locked up in a small dark room on the surveillance video. She closed her eyes and felt dizzy. Her face lost all color, and she vaguely recalled that Gu Nianji was only 2 years old back then, yet she was able to walk out of such a secret room confinement. She was even able to smile at her, raise her hand and call her Mom, and let her hug her. What had she done? She slapped her to the ground, then used the equipment to test her brain waves, electrocardiogram, pulse data, blood pressure, and the healing of the wounds. The fair and chubby little girl was stunned by her slap. She sat on the ground in a daze and looked at her. Her small lips were slightly open, and the skin at the corner of her mouth was broken. Blood seeped out of her lips. She felt annoyed and stepped forward to kick the 2-year-old girl in the heart again. She watched as her little body rolled under the table and hugged the corner of the table, shivering. She never crawled out again. This little B***TCH deserved to stay in the dark, just like her annoying father. She deserved to be beaten up like a rat in the gutter. Qin Yaoguang recalled the situation and gradually calmed down. Opening her eyes, Qin Yaoguang glared at Gu Nianji. She thought to herself that a scourge could live for 1,000 years. From the age of 2 to 6, this little B***TCH had been beaten up by her in all kinds of physical experiments, toxicological experiments, and pathological experiments, but she was still alive and well, and she had actually grown up to have such a figure and appearance. Qin Yaoguang was angry, jealous, and hateful. She tried her best to hide her true emotions, and the expression on her face almost contorted. Gu Nianji saw that Qin Yaoguang didn't say a word and felt that the bait wasn't too much. She rolled her eyes and walked back to Liang Meili, who was looking at Qin Yaoguang eagerly. She sighed calmly and said, "Miss Liang Meili, don't expect Dean Qin Yaoguang to reveal the true identity of Wen Shui's biological mother. I think Dean Qin Yaoguang would rather you tell the truth about the kidnapping case than tell you who Wen Shui's biological mother is. Then what are you waiting for? Tell me." "No, Dean Qin, as long as you tell me, I won't say anything." Liang Meili clearly still had a glimmer of hope for Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji had no choice but to take a drastic step. "Don't ask. Dean Qin won't say anything even if she dies." "What does this mean?" "This means that this biological mother must be a much better woman than you. She's so good that even someone with Dean Qin Yaoguang's status protects her. She's younger than you, prettier than you, smarter than you, more capable than you in her career, higher in her status, and more powerful than you. She's a real fair, rich, and beautiful woman. That's why your husband, Wen Dayo, was willing to have a child with such a woman. He even adopted this child behind your back and let you raise her like your own daughter. TSK, is there anything more vicious than this?" Gu Nianji deliberately found the words that could pierce a woman's heart. Especially for a more traditional and uneducated woman like Liang Meili, men were their life. Although they had the ability and opportunity to live independently, their minds were not independent. They could only exist by relying on men. Therefore, these words were as lethal as a nuclear bomb to Liang Meili. Her rationality and emotions had suffered an indescribable blow. Liang Meili's eyes gradually turned red. Her hands slowly clenched into fists, and she walked out of the witness stand step by step. The female bailiff next to her wanted to stop her, but Gu Nianji reached out to stop her. She said calmly, "I'll take full responsibility." The female bailiff looked at the judge worriedly. The judge was also in a difficult position. Logically speaking, as a suspect and witness, Liang Meili couldn't walk freely in court. However, Lawyer Gu obviously had a special intention. She wanted to find out the truth of the case. Would he allow it or not? What was involved in this case seemed to be the tip of the iceberg. The judge thought about it for a while, then silently lowered his head and carefully looked at the file in front of him. It was as if there were suddenly a lot of words there. He wanted to look carefully with a magnifying glass to see them clearly. The female bailiff saw that the judge didn't respond and instead looked at the file, so she slowly retreated. Since the judge didn't say anything, she didn't need to care. Besides, Liang Meili was just an ordinary woman. If she did anything out of line, the bailiff's tranquilizer gun would come in handy. The female bailiff put one hand on the holster at her waist and nodded at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji smiled and winked at her, thanking her for her help. At that moment, Liang Meili had already walked to Qin Yaoguang's dock. Qin Yaoguang's chief lawyer, Lawyer Qin, stood up nervously and stood in front of the dock. He pointed at Liang Meili and said, "What are you doing? Don't do anything rash. You're making things up. I'll tell you later." Liang Meili's eyes were straight. She didn't even look at Lawyer Qin, who was standing in front of her. With a strong wave of her arm, she spun the tall and thin Lawyer Qin around and staggered to the side. Liang Meili was a gardener and did manual work. Although she was much older than Lawyer Qin, she was still very strong. Lawyer Qin couldn't compare to her. Lawyer Qin glared at Liang Meili, but didn't dare to stop her. At that moment, Liang Meili's mind was filled with Gu Nianji's deafening words. "She's younger than you, prettier than you, smarter than you, more capable than you in her career, higher in status, and more powerful than you. She's a real fair, rich, and beautiful woman. That's why your husband, Wen Dao, was willing to have a child with such a woman. He even adopted this child behind your back and let you raise her like your own daughter. TSK, is there anything more vicious than this?" Gu Nianji had only said this to use common sense to infer that a woman like Liang Meili would find it hardest to accept her husband cheating on her. She wanted her to completely break off with Qin Yaoguang and tell her the truth about the kidnapping 8 years ago. She also wanted to help her father, Gu Xiangwen, or Lu Jin, wash away the dirt that Qin Yaoguang had splashed on him. However, she didn't know that in Liang Meili's ears, her words were even deeper than the most difficult for a woman to accept her husband cheating on her. She even found an imaginary enemy for herself without a teacher. Liang Meili's entire body was trembling. She stretched out her arm and pointed at the impatient Qin Yaoguang. She said loudly, "Was it you? Was it you? You're younger than me. Prettier than me. Better in figure than me, smarter than me, more capable than me in her career, higher in status, and more powerful than me. She's a real fair, rich, and beautiful woman. That's why my husband, Wen Dao, was willing to have a child with a woman like you. He even adopted this child behind my back and let me raise her like my own daughter. Is there anything more vicious than this?" Liang Meili roared. She spoke with sincerity, and tears and snot flowed all over her face. The courtroom was silent. Even the judge, who was pretending to read the file, couldn't help but look up and pay attention to the situation. Gu Nianji was also dumbfounded. What was going on? She had said that just now, but she had never thought that what she had said would make Liang Meili think of Qin Yaoguang. She looked at Wen Dao, who was cowering and holding his head. She then looked at Qin Yaoguang, who was still beautiful despite her age. No matter what, she couldn't connect the two of them together, let alone the fact that the two of them could have a child. Gu Nianji instinctively grabbed Liang Meili's arm and said, "Ms. Liang Meili, you can't say that carelessly. Although Dean Qin Yaoguang is vicious and has a bad character, she won't be your husband's mistress." Ms. Liang Meili was too good at flattering her husband. Gu Nianji secretly complained. Unexpectedly, Liang Meili also lifted Gu Nianji's arm and pointed at Qin Yaoguang. Lawyer Gu, you don't know. It's definitely her. I have facts to back it up. Facts. Gu Nianji's spirits were lifted. She was a very open-minded person. If there was something that exceeded common sense, as long as there was facts to back it up, she would choose to believe it no matter how outrageous it was. The most important thing was to have facts to back it up, which was real evidence. This show was even more exciting than she had planned. She quickly changed her train of thought and immediately said, "What facts? Can Ms. Liang Meili tell me in detail?" As long as what you said is true and supported by facts, the judge will definitely uphold justice for you. Liang Meili only needed this little bit of encouragement at this time. Or perhaps these words, these doubts, had been hidden in her heart for a long time. In the past, she probably thought it was too unbelievable and chose not to believe it. At this moment, she suddenly realized that her suspicions had a concrete basis. Wen Shiyi standing in front of her was the best evidence for her suspicions. Qin Yaoguang gritted her teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. This Liang Meili was crazy. How did she come up with this? How could she be the mistress of a man like Wen Dao? Qin Yaoguang suddenly stood up and said coldly, "Liang Meili, don't go crazy. I'm your husband's mistress. I'm not as blind as you." She would fall for Wen Dao. It was the biggest joke in the world. Wen Dao rushed over to pull Liang Meili away and said anxiously, "Stop talking. There's nothing between me and Dean Qin. You crazy woman, you have nothing better to do." Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped her in the face. Liang Meili screamed, "There's nothing between you. Then 8 years ago, why did you sneak out to see her in the middle of the night without telling me? And you still say there's no adultery." I was talking business with Dean Qin. Talking business my ass. Liang Meili spat at Wen Dao, turned around, pointed at Qin Yaoguang, and began to scold her. 8 years ago, you sneaked out to talk to my husband in the middle of the night and sized me up. Qin Yaoguang didn't expect Liang Meili to know about what happened back then. At that time, she had looked for Wen Dao to plan to kidnap Gu Nianji. However, she was tongue-tied and found that she couldn't find a suitable retort. She could only sneer and say, "Are you dreaming? When did I talk to your husband in the middle of the night? Where's the evidence? Don't tell me what you said is evidence. I swear to God that what I said is true." Liang Meili actually didn't have any concrete evidence. She had secretly seen it all back then. At that time, she didn't think of recording it, but now Qin Yaoguang said that it was empty talk. Liang Meili made up her mind and just wanted to be straightforward. "You don't dare to enter the He family. Find my husband and go out for coffee alone. You asked us to help you kidnap Gu Nianji. You said that as long as Gu Nianji was gone, my daughter, Wen Shiyi, could take her place. I was really blind. I actually believed you and this be *TCH's words. What do you mean my daughter? She's obviously your daughter. For the sake of your daughter's future, you want me to take the blame? No way." This was the first chapter of the day, 4,600 words, chapter 1743, shocking everyone. Moi, all the big shots, little angels. Chapter 1755. Qin Yaoguang made up her mind. She gritted her teeth and refused to admit it. She sneered and said, "Is there really no law these days? You're just going to let this crazy woman fabricate facts out of thin air and ruin my reputation?" She stood up from behind the dock and clenched her fists with her hands hanging by her side. She said sternly, "I, Qin Yaoguang, was admitted to the best university in Huaxia at the age of 16. After I went to university, I skipped grades one after another. At the age of 20, I received a master's degree and went abroad to study. At the age of 24, I received a double doctorate in biomedicine from Harvard University. I returned to China to start my own biological genetic laboratory and proposed the concept of gene editing, setting off a revolution in biological genetic research. After returning to China, I worked as a brain surgeon at the Qin Corporation's private hospital. For decades, I've performed brain surgery on countless patients and saved countless patients who were on the verge of death. Do you think I'm you? A semi-illiterate woman who didn't graduate from high school and dropped out to learn how to grow flowers? You treat this person like a treasure, but in my eyes, he's no different from a passerby. Qin Yaoguang said passionately and looked in He Qingjian's direction. I, Qin Yaoguang, have only loved one person in my life, and only one person. That is my ex-fiancé, who is also my ex-husband, General He Qingjian. No matter what conflict there is between him and me, no matter if we're together or not, he's the only one who can resonate with me. Everyone couldn't help but look at the dignified, handsome, and powerful He Qingjian. Then, they looked at the honest-looking, timid gardener, Wendayo, who couldn't even straighten his back. They were all biased towards Qin Yaoguang's words. That's right, how could she still like Wendayo in front of her? Even if Qin Yaoguang wanted to raise a man, she had a lot of choices. From an old and charming middle-aged man to a fresh and handsome young man, she had everything. Wendayo was only fit to be a gardener for Qin Yaoguang. Qin Yaoguang saw that everyone was looking at Liang Meili suspiciously, and her mood gradually improved. To be honest, the thought of her having an affair with Wendayo made her feel disgusted. How could she like Wendayo? So if you want to find a mistress, please look elsewhere. Don't be used by someone with ulterior motives and slander others. Qin Yaoguang pointed at the mulberry tree and scolded the locust tree. She glanced at Gu Nianji. Liang Meili was tongue-tied by her words, but she still refused to give up. Then why did you look for my husband in the middle of the night 8 years ago? I don't believe you guys are really drinking coffee. When did I look for your husband? Qin Yaoguang denied it flatly. How ridiculous. If you have evidence, show it. Don't take out your own imagination and make a fool of yourself. Qin Yaoguang's chief lawyer, Lawyer Qin, also stood up and said with a straight face, Ms. Liang Meili, as Miss Qin Yaoguang's chief lawyer, I must warn you that if you slander my client like this, you can be sentenced to less than 5 years in prison. The civil claim can be fined 10 million yuan. Liang Meili was so angry that the veins on her neck were bulging. I'm not lying. I'm not spreading rumors. She did look for my husband. Looking for your husband, being your husband's mistress, and having children with your husband are two completely different concepts. Ms. Liang Meili, I think you should understand that my client is a famous scientist and brain surgeon both at home and abroad. And what is your husband? Did you graduate from high school? Or did you go to college? Lawyer Qin's face revealed an undisguised contemptuous smile. You're jumping the line to extort money. Liang Meili, if you admit now that you were misled, I won't hold you accountable. Qin Yaoguang gave her a slap in the face. It's just that some people want to do whatever they want just because they're lawyers, but they've made a mistake. Qin Yaoguang narrowed her eyes at Gu Nianji, almost unable to hide her embarrassment and anger. Wendayo rushed over again and pulled Liang Meili hard. UB*TCH. Come here. Liang Meili was already scared out of her wits. Seeing that Wendayo was scolding her and about to hit her, and that Qin Yaoguang was standing at the side watching her make a fool of herself, she felt sad and roared, so what if you're a scientist? You're having an affair. You're messing around with my husband. You're an illegitimate daughter. She pounced on her, grabbed Qin Yaoguang's hair, and slapped her several times in the face. The female bailiff who was staring at Liang Meili was shocked. She didn't expect this seemingly honest woman to really dare to fight in court. Stop. Stop right now. The female bailiff quickly rushed over and grabbed Liang Mei's arm from behind. The other two male bailiffs also rushed over and grabbed Wendayo, preventing him from pouncing on Liang Mei. She pretended to want to save Qin Yaoguang from Liang Mei's iron claws. She grabbed Qin Yaoguang's hair from behind and yanked it hard. She pulled out a large handful of hair and held it in her hand. She shouted at Qin Yaoguang and said, "What are you arguing about? Didn't you say that you're a scientist? If you're a scientist, don't talk nonsense. Just use DNA to speak." Then she turned around and pointed at Wen Shui, whose face was as pale as paper. "Whether you're her biological mother or not, does it have anything to do with whether you're a doctor or a scientist? Test DNA directly. Test direct family relationship. It's clear at a glance. It's so easy to test direct family relationship in modern society. You're wasting everyone's time talking nonsense." The courtroom once again fell into a strange silence. Everyone had fallen into the illusion that the two of them were completely incompatible. Very few people thought of testing DNA directly. Because no matter how they looked at it, Qin Yaoguang and Wendayo didn't look like people who could have children together. He Jichu curled his lips slightly and gave Gu Nianji a thumbs up from the gallery. Gu Nianji caught a glimpse of it and smiled at him. Lu Jin and Hu Xiaoheng were sitting at the back of the crowd. When they saw this scene from afar, they both scoffed at the same time. After Lu Jin scoffed, he realized that Hu Xiaoheng had also scoffed. He turned to look at him and frowned. "What are you scoffing at? Are you dissatisfied with my daughter?" Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and said slowly. "I scoffed at whatever uncle scoffed at." Lu Jin looked at him suspiciously for a while and muttered. "All of them are staring at my daughter like wolves." Hu Xiaoheng. Qin Yaoguang's flushed face instantly lost all color, and she almost collapsed into her seat. She gritted her teeth so hard that the people next to her could almost hear the sound of her teeth chattering. He didn't know if she was frightened or humiliated. Qin Yaoguang's chief lawyer was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, "This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Does Lawyer Gu also believe that my client and Wendayo, this gardener, are having an affair?" Gu Nianji remained calm. "I don't care if they're having an affair or not. I just want to know who Wen Shui's biological mother is. If it's Qin Yaoguang, then what Liang Mei said is true." She took a step forward and said even more harshly, "That means that Qin Yaoguang was the one who ordered me to be kidnapped by Wendayo and Liang Mei from the He family 8 years ago. If Qin Yaoguang is Wen Shui's biological mother, then she has a motive to act. In other words, she wants to make room for her biological daughter." Lawyer Qin was puzzled. "Is that a motive? But you're also my client's biological daughter. Why would she kidnap another biological daughter for the sake of one biological daughter?" Gu Nianji was stunned. "That's right, why?" However, she quickly came back to her senses. She wouldn't be led astray by others. Gu Nianji immediately said, "What's so strange about that? Haven't you heard of parents being biased? They're all biological parents. Some people use their daughters to subsidize their sons. They want the rich children to subsidize the poor children. There are also biological parents who favor the older over the younger, or who favor the younger over the older. Weird parents are everywhere. Why can't Qin Yaoguang torment another biological daughter for the sake of one biological daughter?" The more Gu Nianji said, the more reasonable it became. Of course, you can only ask Qin Yaoguang herself what the reason is. Qin Yaoguang's face was as pale as paper. Her pupils were dark, but the rims of her eyes were red. Coupled with her messy black hair that hung down the side of her face, she looked like a medieval vampire. She waved her hand and said weakly, "No, I object to DNA testing. I do biological genetic research. DNA testing doesn't prove anything at all. Are you freaking kidding? Are you F***king kidding me? Gu Nianji couldn't help but swear in English. She almost said F***king kidding. DNA testing doesn't prove immediate family relationship. Did you set this standard on the spot? Unfortunately, the internationally recognized standard is still DNA. Gu Nianji stretched out her hand. In her palm was the hair she had pulled off Qin Yaoguang's bald head. This is Miss Qin Yaoguang's hair. Everyone saw me pull it off her head with their own eyes. Qin Yaoguang's lips trembled violently. She looked at Gu Nianji as if she was looking at a demon. Finally, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted from exhaustion. Her chief lawyer, Lawyer Qin, quickly helped her up and said, "Lawyer Gu, please don't put more psychological pressure on my client. Otherwise, we will ask for a retrial." Gu Nianji glanced at him lightly and said calmly, "Lawyer Qin, does that mean I can't ask a single question? Your client is so fragile, but she was able to experiment on a 2-year-old child. A 2-year-old child has grown up strong and has overcome the psychological trauma and pressure. But she has become a glass princess. She will shatter into pieces when the wind blows, right? Lawyer Gu, you have to have evidence to speak. What do you mean by experimenting on a 2-year-old child? You have to be more reliable when you're talking nonsense, right?" Lawyer Qin was furious with Gu Nianji. He felt that this young girl especially liked to talk nonsense. She said things without evidence as if they were true. Gu Nianji snorted coldly. "That's a separate matter. Today, we're trying the kidnapping case from 8 years ago. When this case is over, I'll show you the evidence that Qin Yaoguang experimented on a 2-year-old child." She ignored Lawyer Qin and walked to the bench. She spread her palms and said to the judge, "Your Honor, I'll hand them over to the court now. I hope the court will find a military laboratory to do a DNA test." The judge looked at her deeply and knocked on the gavel. "Present Lawyer Gu's evidence." A female bailiff came over with a transparent plastic bag containing the evidence. She wore white plastic gloves and carefully took Qin Yaoguang's hair from Gu Nianji's hand and put it into the transparent plastic bag. The judge immediately said, "In view of the new evidence found by the prosecution today, the court announces that after the results of the DNA test are out, a retrial will be held." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1744, Jumping Ranks to Extort Porcelain. There were 2 updates today. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1756. Because the Qin Corporation's private hospital was too powerful, Gu Nianji chose to have the military laboratory do a DNA test so that it could be used as legal evidence in court. Of course, she would also ask Lu Jin to help her test it so that she would have a sense of security. However, what Lu Jin tested had no legal origin, so it couldn't be used as legal evidence. There weren't many institutions that were qualified to test DNA to verify immediate family relationships and could be accepted as evidence by the court. The military laboratory was one of them. Moreover, Gu Nianji believed in He Qingjian and He Zhichu's abilities. Once they realized the danger, they wouldn't hesitate to cut off the black hand. Therefore, only in the military laboratory could the test results be guaranteed to be correct and legal. The judge left court number 1, and Qin Yaoguang was carried out by the bailiff to the infirmary for examination. Her huge team of lawyers followed her. Wen Shi sat alone on the other side of the witness stand. Her face was wooden and expressionless, which was very different from her usual smiling face. The Qin family walked past her and didn't know how to face her. Originally, they had some opinions about her suddenly becoming the executive director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital, but after listening to the trial today, they didn't know what to say. They didn't even know how to face her. One by one, they walked past her. At most, they glanced at her. No one spoke to her or greeted her. No one even maintained the hypocritical politeness they used to have. Liang Meili and Wendayo were escorted back to the detention center by the bailiff. When they passed by Wen Shui, Wendayo stopped to look at her. He wanted to say a few words, but he didn't know where to start. Liang Meili was still feeling terrible. Although she knew it had nothing to do with Wen Shui, she still couldn't treat her like her own daughter. However, when she looked at Wen Shui and thought of Qin Yaoguang's appearance, she couldn't help shaking her head. Was she really mistaken? If Wen Shui and Qin Yaoguang were really mother and daughter, they didn't look alike at all. Then, Wen Shui should look like her father, Wen Dayo. But no matter how she looked at it, Wen Shui only looked like her father's nose. Who else did she look like? Liang Meili muttered to herself as she left the court ahead of Wen Dayo. In order not to be seen by He Qingjian and He Zhichu, Lu Jin and Hua Xiaoheng left the courtroom between the Qin family members. After they left, only Gu Nianji, He Zhichu, He Qingjian, and Xie Qingying were left in the courtroom. He Qingjian walked up first and said to Gu Nianji with emotion, "Nianji, you're really amazing. Peeling the silk from the cocoon today has really widened our horizons. General He, you flatter me." Gu Nianji picked up the briefcase she had packed and smiled. Qin Yaoguang's DNA is being tested in the military laboratory. I hope General He can pay attention to the military laboratory to ensure the accuracy and confidentiality of the test results. I'll have my personal secretary keep an eye on this. He Qingjian promised Gu Nianji, "Don't worry, the test results will definitely be accurate, and they will be handed over directly to the court." "Thank you, General He." Gu Nianji nodded and smiled at He Zhichu, who was standing next to He Qingjian. "Young Master He, please help too. When the lawsuit is over, I'll treat you to a meal." When she said treat you to a meal, she included Xie Qingying as well. Xie Qingying had been sitting between He Qingjian and He Zhichu when she was listening. Now, she was standing behind He Zhichu. Hearing Gu Nianji's words, she poked her head out and smiled. "Lawyer Gu, you're too kind." She praised her politely. Lawyer Gu is indeed extraordinary in a lawsuit. You'll definitely win. However, even if she won, she would still be fighting a lawsuit against her biological mother. Xie Qingying felt that she had said something wrong and quickly said, "Then I'll leave first. I'll wait for young Master He and Uncle He outside." He Qingjian waved his hand at her. "Qingying, you and Zhichu leave first. I have something to say to Nianji." He Zhichu looked deeply at Gu Nianji, then turned around and left with Xie Qingying. Gu Nianji and He Qingjian were the only two people left in the courtroom. He Qingjian's guards and personal secretary watched them from afar and were on guard. In the empty courtroom number 1, even the sound of breathing seemed to echo. However, He Qingjian's voice was even softer. He asked softly, "Nianji, do you really think that your mother, Qin Yaoguang, gave birth to Wen Shui with Wen Dayo?" He Qingjian said solemnly, "I can prove that Qin Yaoguang's first child was you. She couldn't have given birth to Wen Shui." "Why do you say that?" Gu Nianji asked calmly. She wanted to know more about the truth of what happened back then. "Because the year when Shui was born, I remember that she spent most of her time doing scientific research in the imperial capital. I've never seen her pregnant. It was completely different from 6 years later, when she was pregnant and gave birth to you. I only believe in DNA evidence." Gu Nianji thought about it seriously. "I'm very happy that humans have mastered biological genetic technology and can accurately verify human direct family relationships. As for how they were born, I really don't care at all." He Qingjian had a feeling that Gu Nianji was implying something. But he didn't think about it for a moment. At this time, He was also sure that the person who had planned to kidnap Nianji 8 years ago was really Qin Yaoguang, although he couldn't understand why she had done it. He had never stopped Qin Yaoguang and Gu Xiangwen, nor had he forbidden them from seeing Nianji. On the contrary, he had specifically told them that they could come and see Nianji at any time. The He family's door was always open to them. Qin Yaoguang was a typical person who didn't use the main door and insisted on climbing over the wall to do evil. When Gu Nianji turned to leave, she saw that He Qingjian's brows were tightly furrowed. He was still thinking about her words. She couldn't help saying, "Modern science is so advanced that artificial insemination is already a very mature technology. The sperm and egg cells combine to form a fertilized egg, which is then transplanted into the uterus to implant and give birth to a child." After a pause, Gu Nianji continued, "If Qin Yaoguang and Wen Dao's fertilized egg were transplanted into another woman's uterus, Wen Shui could still be born. Moreover, her DNA data would show that she and Qin Yaoguang were mother and daughter, not mother and daughter with the surrogate mother." He Qingjian's brows relaxed, and he suddenly realized something. "You're saying that Qin Yaoguang's egg cells were artificially inseminated with Wen Dao's sperm, and then the surrogate mother gave birth? If you insist that Qin Yaoguang never had a child before she gave birth to me, and that Wen Shui is a direct relative of her, then that's the only answer. But why did she do that? Why did she combine her egg cells with Wen Dao's sperm?" He Qingjian was very confused, or perhaps he felt a little uneasy. "I don't know about that, and I don't care." Gu Nianji shrugged. "General He, if you're interested, you can ask Qin Yaoguang directly. I think Qin Yaoguang treats you differently. She might tell you the truth." Gu Nianji walked to the door and didn't look back. She continued, "If you really want to ask her, you should also ask her why she kidnapped me 8 years ago and framed my father." He Qingjian, of course, he wouldn't ask Qin Yaoguang himself. In fact, after Qin Yaoguang woke up, she immediately asked her lawyer to bring a letter to see him, but he rejected her. He had always been an extremely suspicious person. The reason why Qin Yaoguang was able to make him let down his guard and even marry her was because Qin Yaoguang hadn't had any selfish motives all these years. Other than doing her medical and genetic research, she had taken care of He Zhichu's body and poured her heart and soul into his health. The Qin family had never done anything to disobey He Qingjian or harm the interests of the country. That was why he had allowed them to grow stronger. But now, starting from the infrasonic weapons, the Qin family had already stroked He Qingjian's tiger whiskers in the most intolerable thing. Today, not only had it been proven in court that the mastermind behind Gu Nianji's kidnapping 8 years ago was Qin Yaoguang, but she had also suddenly appeared as an illegitimate daughter. How could He Qingjian continue to trust her? Strictly speaking, Gu Nianji was also an illegitimate daughter, because Qin Yaoguang and Gu Xiangwen had never been married. However, in He Qingjian's heart, Gu Nianji's identity was open and aboveboard. She was completely different from Wen Shui, who had no idea how she had been born. Once He Qingjian became suspicious, he would think very far and very deeply. After walking out of the courtroom and getting into his bulletproof car, He Qingjian realized that He Zhichu was the only one there. "Where's Qingying?" "She left first." He Zhichu wound up the window. "Let's go home." He was in a good mood, but He Qingjian was in a bad mood. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be in a good mood when they found out that the person they used to sleep with still had a face that they weren't familiar with. "Dad, I'll go to the military laboratory in the next few days and personally watch them do the tests." He Zhichu had made up his mind to help Gu Nianji keep an eye on this important evidence. "Okay." He Qingjian said lightly and closed his eyes tiredly. He instructed his personal secretary, "Check the medical experiments that the United Nations Population Fund has done in our country, especially the cooperation projects from more than 20 years ago. Also..." He Qingjian thought for a moment. Call Speaker Long and Prime Minister Xia separately and tell them that I don't agree to continue working with the United Nations Population Fund on pharmaceutical research in biological genetics. Tell them to pack up and get lost. Get as far away as they can. Yes, Chief. When Gu Nianji returned to her apartment, Lu Jin and Hu Xiaoheng came up to her. My daughter is so amazing. Lu Jin was the first to walk up to her and open his arms to hug her. Gu Nianji pushed him away with one hand and said rudely, Dad, did you already know who Wen Shui was? This was the second update of the day, chapter 1745, Get lost as far as you can. There were 2 updates today. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1757. Lu Jin blinked and stretched out his arms. He stopped in front of Gu Nianji, as if he didn't understand what Gu Nianji was asking. Gu Nianji repeated, Dad, did you already know who Wen Shui's biological mother was? What she meant was, did Lu Jin already know who Wen Shui's biological mother was? Because when Wen Shui's DNA was tested, Lu Jin had already told Gu Nianji that Wen Shui was Wen Dao's biological daughter, not Liang Meili's biological daughter. How could an adopted child be related to an adoptive father by blood? This result was already shocking enough, but there was something even more shocking waiting for Gu Nianji in court today. To be honest, Gu Nianji had thought that Wen Shui was the illegitimate daughter of a woman in the Qin family, but she had never thought that Wen Shui would be Qin Yaoguang's illegitimate daughter. Not only did the 2 of them look nothing alike, but Qin Yaoguang had always been aloof and self-righteous. All these years, she had only had a soft spot for He Qingjian. She was able to wait until the clouds parted to see the moon. She finally married He Qingjian more than 10 years after Qin Suwen's death because of this pure perseverance and waiting. However, this persistence and waiting had become a joke in front of Wen Shui, the illegitimate daughter. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and stared at Lu Jin with her dark jade-like eyes. She didn't allow him to dodge or change the topic. Hu Xiaoheng said leisurely. Will uncle know? Hearing Hu Xiaoheng's voice, Lu Jin came back to his senses. He immediately grabbed Gu Nianji's arm and said nervously, Nianji, I really didn't know who Wen Shui's biological mother was. Do you think I'll believe you? Gu Nianji pushed Lu Jin's hand away and took a step back. She happened to be standing next to Hu Xiaoheng, who was diagonally behind her. The handsome man and beautiful woman standing together was like a delightful scenery, illuminating the slightly dark living room at dusk. Lu Jin's heart felt like it had been scratched by a little cat. It hurt, and it might be bleeding, but he couldn't be angry at her. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jin scratched his head and began to explain, Nianji, be reasonable. How would I know who Wen Shui's biological mother is? I also helped you check her direct family relationship with Wen Dao and Liang Meili this time. Only then did I know that she was not adopted, but Wen Dao's child with another woman. Where am I going to test her mother's DNA? This logic seemed to be very powerful. Gu Nianji tilted her head and asked in confusion, really? You really don't know? Wen Shui is just the gardener's adopted daughter. Why would I think of anything else? Why would I want to test her DNA for no reason at all? Lu Jin looked at Gu Nianji aggrievedly. From the beginning to the end, she was just the gardener's adopted daughter. I never paid special attention to her. But then she took my place and entered the He family. Gu Nianji crossed her arms and tapped one foot on the ground. She looked very aloof. In front of his only daughter, Lu Jin lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. He said honestly, at that time, I was wanted, so I changed my identity and hid with Boss Lu. As for the He family, we only paid attention to He Qingjian and He Zhichu, not her. She's different from you. Gu Nianji had grown up under the careful care of the He family from the age of 6 to 12. She was the little princess of the He family. The servants also knew that she was young Master He's fiancée and the future mistress of the He family, so they were very respectful to her. Gu Nianji was by He Jichu's side, and it was He Jichu who took care of her carefully. When Shuyi had entered the He family after Gu Nianji's disappearance, she was already 18 years old. She was more like a nanny by He Jichu's side, taking care of the trivial matters around him. Therefore, when Shuyi was the one who took care of He Jichu carefully in the He family. From this, it could be seen that when Shuyi's status in the He family was completely different from Gu Nianji's at the time. It was understandable that Lu Jin didn't pay too much attention to a nanny. Moreover, at that time, He Qingjian had also sent people to monitor Wen Shuyi. On one hand, he was worried and wanted to test her, and on the other hand, he wanted to protect He Jichu. Gu Nianji thought about Lu Jin's words and had to admit that he made a lot of sense. In that case, you only found out today that Wen Shuyi's mother might be Qin Yaoguang. With a straight face, Gu Nianji handed Lu Jin a few strands of Qin Yaoguang's hair that she had left behind. Then please test it again. This is Qin Yaoguang's hair. Lu Jin nodded and quickly took the hair. He smiled obsequiously and said, I'll check it right away. Check it right away. Gu Nianji couldn't bear to see Lu Jin like this. She put down her arms and lowered her head as she stammered, Dad, my attitude just now wasn't very good. Please scold me. No, your attitude was very good, very good. It was Dad's fault. Lu Jin was worried sick. Nianji, be good. You didn't do anything wrong. Don't apologize. My daughter won't be wrong. Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng, at this moment, he was a little glad that Gu Nianji hadn't grown up with this doting father. Otherwise, he really didn't know how spoiled she would have been. Gu Nianji seemed to have heard his thoughts. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and snorted. She wrapped her arms around Lu Jin's arm and beamed. I love Dad for standing on my side without knowing what's right or wrong. Dad, I'll always love you the most. Gu Nianji's sweet words had always been very good. Even Hu Xiaoheng couldn't handle it sometimes. Not to mention Lu Jin, who doted on his daughter wholeheartedly. When he left Gu Nianji's room and returned to his lab to do the test, his face was flushed, as if he had drunk a pound of Mao Tai. After Lu Jin left, Gu Nianji closed the door and saw Hu Xiaoheng standing beside her. She suddenly felt tired, and her whole body leaned against the door weakly. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her for a while, then walked over. He held the back of her neck with one hand and wrapped his other around her waist. He lowered his head and kissed her. Gu Nianji clung tightly to his warm and strong embrace, drawing strength from his kiss. Hu Xiaoheng was an abnormally hard person, but his lips were very soft. When he kissed her, the touch of their lips could almost make her soul tremble. After kissing her fiercely a few times, Hu Xiaoheng carried her horizontally and walked to the sofa to sit down. He wrapped her in his arms and half pressed against her body. He held the side of her face with one hand and leaned against the side of her head. As he spoke, he pecked her cheek lightly. Do you feel bad? He whispered in her ear. What do you feel bad about? Gu Nianji looked at him in confusion. Hu Xiaoheng said. When you know that your mother treats Wen Shuyi better than you. They all had the same mother, so why did she favor one over the other? Gu Nianji's eyes were half-lidded, and her soft voice was like a whisper. A little. She didn't care about Qin Yaoguang's maternal love, but when she knew that she was the one who had been abandoned, it was impossible for her to not feel any emotions. Only Hu Xiaoheng could sense the most subtle changes in her emotions. Don't be sad. You have me. Hu Xiaoheng kissed her lips bit by bit. His kiss was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, but also like a feather gently fanning in the breeze, comforting Gu Nianji's hurt emotions. Gu Nianji wrapped her arms around Hu Xiaoheng's neck and whispered, Actually, I don't understand why she wanted to replace me with Wen Shui. I don't believe a word of it. She wanted Wen Shui to replace me for Wen Shui's own good. I'm also her biological daughter. She doesn't like me, but the He family likes me and treats me well. Even from a profit point of view, she shouldn't have let Wen Shui replace me. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. You mean, Qin Yaoguang might have other intentions? Gu Nianji nodded. Hua Xiaoheng slowly sat up and pulled Gu Nianji up as well. Gu Nianji's entire body seemed to have no bones. With a pull from him, she lazily went from lying on the sofa to lying on Hua Xiaoheng's lap. His legs were as hard as iron. Gu Nianji wasn't comfortable lying on them, but she felt at ease. She felt more at ease than lying on the armrest of the sofa. Hua Xiaoheng gently stroked her hair and began to think. Gu Nianji slowly explained her analysis. The Qin Yaoguang I know is actually an extremely selfish person. The most selfless thing she's ever done in her life was probably her love for General He and saving young Master He. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. That's not selfless. Think about who General He is. Qin Yaoguang saved young Master He, and how much benefit the Qin family received from the He family. You said she was selfless when she saved young Master He. I'm afraid even young Master He himself doesn't think so. Gu Nianji, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her black jade-like pupils were extremely black, but also extremely bright. Doesn't that mean that Qin Yaoguang is an extremely selfish person? She saved young Master He for General He's sake. She wanted him to look at her differently and never be able to drive her away from him. Hua Xiaoheng grunted and changed his hand to caress Gu Nianji's hair. From a man's point of view, Qin Yaoguang is indeed very capable. She has her own status, ability, and medical skills. She can save General He's only son. She's not clingy, nor does she ask for anything in return. She just helps him at all costs when he needs her. Not to mention that in order to save his son, she even gave birth to a daughter herself. Very few men can resist such a woman. Even if they don't like her, it doesn't stop them from being normal friends. Gu Nianji couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard Hua Xiaoheng's conclusion. You also think Qin Yaoguang is good? Of course I don't think so. Hua Xiaoheng saw that she was about to go crazy, so he calmly soothed her. I said that very few men can resist, and I happen to be one of the very few. Gu Nianji wanted to laugh again. Her eyes curved, and she said with a smile, You really know how to flatter yourself. Actually, what I want to say is that Qin Yaoguang has successfully diverted everyone's attention. Everyone seems to have subconsciously thought that the reason Qin Yaoguang ordered Wen Dao and Liang Meili to kidnap me was for her other daughter, Wen Shui. But my focus isn't on whether Qin Yaoguang is biased. Instead, I have a feeling that she ordered Wen Dao and Liang Meili to kidnap me 8 years ago and take me away from the He family for another purpose. She said that she wanted Wen Shui to replace me, but she was actually just a carrot to trick the Wen couple. Hua Xiaoheng's hand paused. You mean, she has another purpose? She definitely has another purpose. Gu Nianji nodded affirmatively. Do you think my father knows the real reason why Qin Yaoguang ordered people to kidnap me 8 years ago? This was the first update of the day, chapter 1746, one of the very few. There were 2 updates today. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Thank you to Momo Moshi for the 10,000 Chidian coins the day before yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1758. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it carefully and said, That's possible. Think about it, he was able to successfully take over from Qin Yaoguang 8 years ago, so he should know some inside information. Yes. Gu Nianji sat up and said excitedly, I remember Dad saying that he took me away at the airport. And it seems to be an international flight. He must know where Qin Yaoguang is taking me. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. International airport. Is that to smuggle you out of the country? You have to ask your father which country the international flight is going to. Only by knowing this can we deduce Qin Yaoguang's real purpose. Okay, I'll go ask now. Gu Nianji jumped up from the sofa and ran to the door. Hua Xiaoheng watched speechlessly as Gu Nianji ran away just like that. He wondered if he had shot himself in the foot. Gu Nianji tiptoed to Lu Jin's laboratory. In the middle of the experimental equipment that was flashing with postmodern silver stainless steel metal patterns, Lu Jin sat alone in front of the instrument table. He stared blankly ahead. The DNA testing instrument was in operation, so he didn't have to stare at it all the time. However, it was rare to see him sitting there in a daze like this. Gu Nianji was a little surprised, but she didn't show it. She knocked on the door quietly and said with a smile, Dad. Lu Jin shuddered and suddenly came back to his senses. He turned around and saw Gu Nianji standing by the door with a smile. His eyes lit up. Nianji. You're here. Gu Nianji walked in with a smile and said, Dad, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll get Mr. Peter to prepare it. Lu Jin pursed his lips. What delicious food can he make? He might as well order food from a hotel. Gu Nianji held back her laughter. Okay, whatever Dad says. I'll get him to order food from a hotel. Good girl. Lu Jin was in a good mood because of Gu Nianji's teasing. He pulled her to the ergonomic chair in the laboratory and asked with a smile, Don't worry, the DNA data will be out soon. Gu Nianji nodded and sighed. Dad, do you think Qin Yaoguang is really Wen Shuyi's biological mother? I didn't expect that she had an illegitimate daughter before she gave birth to me. Calling her an illegitimate daughter is a compliment. Lu Jin didn't think much of it. Actually, Qin Yaoguang only contributed one egg cell. Then you also know that Qin Yaoguang didn't give birth to her herself. Of course not. Lu Jin's words were more credible than He Qingjin's. We're from the same lab. At that time, she spent at least 10 hours a day in the same laboratory. Qin Yaoguang stayed up late every day to do experiments. How could she have the time to get pregnant and have a child? And she's never had a big belly. No wonder. Gu Nianji understood. She leaned back on the ergonomic chair and sighed. No wonder no one suspected Qin Yaoguang's relationship with Wen Shuyi all these years. They looked completely different, did things differently, and their temperaments were even more different. If Liang Meili hadn't been brooding over Qin Yaoguang secretly looking for Wendayo 8 years ago and insisted that Qin Yaoguang was Wendayo's mistress, no one would have thought that Wen Shuyi had any relationship with Qin Yaoguang. They wouldn't have bothered to verify their immediate family relationship. Because the two of them looked really different. Lu Jin pursed his lips and stole a glance at Gu Nianji. He said in a low voice, If Wen Shuyi is really Qin Yaoguang's biological daughter, what are you going to do? What should I do? Let's do it cold. Gu Nianji teased. Seeing that Lu Jin's expression seemed a little nervous, she quickly comforted him. Actually, I just wanted Liang Meili to testify against Qin Yaoguang. Now that my goal has been achieved, I don't care about anything else. Do you really think that I'll be sad because Qin Yaoguang treats Wen Shuyi well and not me? Lu Jin stared at her and emphasized, You really don't care. Nianji, you have to tell me the truth. Gu Nianji held Lu Jin's hand, touched. She thought to herself that not only had Hua Xiaoheng noticed her emotional changes, but he, as her father, was also aware of them. So what if I care? So what if I don't care? Gu Nianji shrugged. I wish Qin Yaoguang wasn't my mother, but she was. Now there's the possibility that I have Wen Shui, my half-sister. What can I do? How could I not want to live because of this? So I'll just make do. Lu Jin opened his mouth, but quickly suppressed the thought. If he really said it, the consequences would be too serious. Not only would Qin Yaoguang go crazy, but there would also be another person who would go crazy. Even he would be afraid. When that time came, he couldn't predict what these two lunatics would do. Did he want his daughter to live in fear for the rest of her life, just like him? Moreover, he believed that if Qin Yaoguang revealed everything about Gu Nianji, there would be many more people investigating Gu Nianji than him. Not only would the Huaxia Empire look for her, but other countries would also not let her go. Was he really going to let his daughter go back to being a lab rat? Then what was the point of living? Lu Jin lowered his head and said in a low voice. Even a cornered dog will jump a wall. You have to be careful. I know, Gu Nianji said in a relaxed mood. Ever since she had acknowledged Hu Xiaoheng, she no longer had that kind of bone-deep fear. Because she knew that Hu Xiaoheng would definitely protect her. Gu Nianji remembered her purpose for coming here, and her eyes flashed. She smiled and said, Dad, do you think a cold-blooded woman like Qin Yaoguang would really kidnap me for Wen Shui? I wouldn't be surprised if she did anything. Lu Jin smiled slyly. You can't use a normal person's mind to figure out a crazy woman's mind. But I always feel that it doesn't make sense for a selfish person like her to do something like offending the He family, especially General He, for a daughter she has never raised before. Lu Jin, Gu Nianji stood up from the ergonomic chair and walked around Lu Jin's laboratory with her arms crossed. She said thoughtfully, Dad, how did you know they brought me to the airport 8 years ago? Also, which country were they going to send me to? This could be answered. Lu Jin immediately said, I was monitoring the He family at that time and happened to discover this conspiracy against you. I planned to beat them at their own game and take you away from the He family. You know, Dad, can't go to the He family to pick you up in public. But how did you know about their plan? After I found out that Qin Yaoguang was targeting you, I tried to find a way to monitor Qin Yaoguang and found out about their plan. Oh. Gu Nianji laughed and quickly asked, then where were they going to send me? Of course they were going to. Lu Jin was about to say something when he suddenly understood Gu Nianji's intentions. He quickly swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and glared at Gu Nianji. It's all in the past. What's the use of asking about this? It doesn't matter where they were going to send you. What matters is that they didn't succeed. Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks and her expression calmed down. Dad, so Qin Yaoguang actually had another purpose, right? What about letting Wen Shui take my place? It was just a cover to trick Wen Dayo and Liang Meili into working for her, wasn't it? Lu Jin, her goal was to send me abroad and into someone else's hands. What was she going to do? What did I have that was worth her taking such a risk? Is it still my genes? She still wants to use me as an experiment. Gu Nianji walked up to Lu Jin and looked down at him. She gradually clenched her fists. Lu Jin hadn't expected Gu Nianji to be able to guess Qin Yaoguang's motives so accurately based on her understanding of her. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. He was thinking about how to answer Gu Nianji without arousing too much suspicion from her. This daughter's insight was almost as terrifying as that of the KGB. Lu Jin shrunk his neck in fear and smiled sheepishly. Even if she dares to think about it, she still needs me to agree. Look, didn't I take you away? So don't think too much about it. So my speculation is correct. She did have another motive, and this motive was related to my childhood. This also means that she has accomplices abroad, Gu Nianji said firmly. Thank you for your answer, Dad. Lu Jin was tongue-tied. When did I answer? I was asking a rhetorical question. Nianji, don't talk nonsense. Lu Jin's forehead was covered in sweat. He had clearly told her not to think too much about it. How was she getting closer to the truth step by step? In the midst of the panic, the DNA data testing instrument in the laboratory rang. Qin Yaoguang's DNA data had been tested. Now, her DNA data was going to be compared with Wen Shi's DNA data to verify their immediate family relationship. Lu Jin was relieved and quickly said, "I'll go verify Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shi's DNA. Nianji, wait for me here." Gu Nianji's attention immediately shifted. At that moment, she was more interested in whether Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shi were biological mother and daughter. If they were, the case of Qin Yaoguang's mastermind kidnapping her would be closed soon. This was the second watch of the day, chapter 1747, Don't Talk Nonsense. There were 2 watches today. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 8:00 in the evening. Chapter 1759. Lu Jin went to his lab bench and intercepted the alleles from Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shi's DNA fragments for verification and comparison. Logically speaking, the accuracy of a DNA test could be 100% when eliminating the possibility of non-parentage. In other words, when 2 people were not related by blood, it was 100% accurate. However, to determine that 2 people were directly related by blood, the accuracy was only this decimal point. The 9 after the decimal point could vary according to the number of alleles intercepted. However, under normal circumstances, when the accuracy of determining that 2 people were directly related by blood, one could basically determine that 2 people were directly related by blood. Lu Jin had tested the DNA of Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shi, and he had tested the full sequence. This was not only a sequence that ordinary people could not afford, but even many people with millions of dollars might not be able to afford it. Of course, it was not a big deal for Lu Jin. He had tested the full sequence, and the alleles he had intercepted were as diverse as possible. Therefore, the accuracy of his test of parentage was the highest, even if it was not 100%. Before the test, he first ran electrophoresis. Simply put, it was to let the DNA double helix structure swim under a certain voltage. The DNA fragments with different functions swim at different speeds, so that different DNA fragments could be separated. Then, the alleles were intercepted and the software was used to analyze and compare. Lu Jin completed the entire procedure, and Gu Nianji watched with relish. Although she couldn't understand the pictures and data at all. In order to be accurate, Lu Jin spent half an hour using the software to analyze and compare the intercepted allele fragments. Finally, he let out a long sigh. They really are biological mother and daughter. Gu Nianji, she was a little confused by the result. She was mentally prepared, but when the prediction was confirmed, she found it unbelievable. Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shi. They're really biological mother and daughter. Gu Nianji was extremely shocked. Then it must be surrogacy. But why did she put Wen Shi in the Qin orphanage? She even let Wen Dao and his wife adopt her. Lu Jin nodded. Surrogacy must be the only explanation. But why did Qin Yaoguang put Wen Shi in the orphanage? I can only ask Qin Yaoguang. But do you think she'll tell the truth? Gu Nianji said faintly, her eyes dark. Lu Jin said very seriously, she probably won't. But I think this is her privacy. Do you really have to ask? Yes. Gu Nianji nodded cautiously. This concerns the integrity of the evidence chain in court. Dad, you know Qin Yaoguang better. Can you deduce why she did this? When Gu Nianji talked about legal terms, Lu Jin's eyes were as round as Gu Nianji's when she heard high-energy physics terms. He said a little dizzily, actually, I don't know Qin Yaoguang very well. But I've been collaborating with her for so many years, and I basically know her attitude towards genetic research. What attitude? Gu Nianji asked quickly. Genetic research is one of her specialties. She used her own egg cells to synthesize fertilized eggs and let another woman give birth to them as a surrogate. It was like catching a white mouse from a cage. Have you ever seen a researcher pour their feelings into a lab rat? Or do you treat a lab rat as a human? Gu Nianji pouted and muttered, I'm also a lab rat, but Qin Yaoguang might as well throw me into an orphanage if she used me as an experiment. Why didn't she use Wen Shui as an experiment? Lu Jin's heart ached, and he didn't know how to comfort her. In a moment of desperation, he subconsciously said. Maybe Wen Shui was the product of a failed experiment, so she wasn't used as an experiment. Gu Nianji, although she wasn't comforted, it was a good thing that her mood had miraculously improved. Gu Nianji's face was still stern as she said seriously, looks like I'm still useful. Lu Jin rubbed his hands awkwardly and begged for mercy. Nianji, Dad knows he was wrong. Gu Nianji was embarrassed. She stepped forward to hold Lu Jin's hand and pulled him to the sofa to sit down. She said, Dad, I was just joking. But... Her eyes darted around. You mean, Qin Yaoguang started doing genetic research on embryos a long time before I was born? This question could be answered. Lu Jin said in an academic manner, I don't have any concrete evidence, but since Wen Shui was born in this way, Qin Yaoguang must have done research on this. At that time, she didn't ask me for advice, so I didn't know that she had been doing experiments on this for a long time. In other words, 6 years before Gu Nianji was born, Lu Jin still knew nothing about Qin Yaoguang's secret experiments. Gu Nianji nodded and continued to ask curiously, but why did she use her own egg cells and Wen Daio's sperm as fertilized eggs to conceive an embryo? I thought she would use other people's egg cells for research. Lu Jin smiled and said casually, if she already had such an experimental subject born, then it definitely wasn't the first time she had done this experiment, and it definitely wouldn't be the last. What do you mean? Gu Nianji's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that she has done a lot of research on this, and even used other people's egg cells? From a scientific perspective, that's for sure. Lu Jin patiently explained to her, this kind of human embryo experiment has a long cycle. Usually, it takes at least 7 months from fertilization to birth of the fetus, if you include premature babies. Normally, it would take 9 months. In addition to the preparation before and after, as well as the process of screening the pregnant men and women, a year would pass. When an experiment takes a year to prepare to produce results, then the person doing the experiment will definitely not only do one experiment at a time. Do you understand what I mean? Gu Nianji carefully digested Lu Jin's words in her mind. After a while, she said thoughtfully, what you mean is that doing this kind of experiment is no different from doing other biological experiments. You need to do a large number of experiments in order to screen out effective results. She will prepare a lot of these fertilized eggs and transplant them into the pregnant mother's stomach at the same time. She will implant them and then observe the results. Lu Jin nodded heavily. That's right. The failure rate of biological genetic experiments is actually quite high. Therefore, she needs to accumulate quantity and achieve qualitative change from quantitative change. And to do so many experiments, Qin Yaoguang definitely can't just use her own egg cells. Lu Jin used a scientific tone to explain the general knowledge of egg cells to Gu Nianji. All mammalian females already have immature egg cells in their ovaries when they are born. The number of egg cells in female animals is fixed at birth. It won't increase, it will only gradually decrease. So Qin Yaoguang can't just use her own egg cells to conduct such a large number of experiments. She must have used other people's egg cells. Gu Nianji completely understood. She covered her mouth with her hand and gasped. Oh my God! How many embryo experiments did Qin Yaoguang do? How many when Shuyi and Gu Nianji were born this way? Lu Jin smiled bitterly. Nianji, do you really think this kind of experiment is easy to succeed? Do you think it's grafting seedlings? Gu Nianji, that was what she really thought. Could it be more difficult? Gu Nianji's thick, long eyelashes fluttered, and her big eyes were filled with curiosity. It's not more difficult, it's very difficult. Lu Jin didn't know how to explain it to Gu Nianji. I just checked Wen Shuyi's DNA sequence. I can tell that Qin Yaoguang tried to genetically edit her, but she didn't succeed. Gu Nianji frowned. That means she started genetically editing the embryo before she gave birth to me, or was it for He Jichu's illness? I don't know if she let Wen Shuyi give birth to He Jichu's illness, but that might have been the prototype of her idea. From that time on, she started experimenting with this method. But you have to know that the human gene is very complicated and huge. Decades ago, our understanding of genes wasn't as comprehensive as it is now, and our instruments and technical methods weren't as advanced as they are now. Under those circumstances, the number of fertilized eggs that could successfully implant in an embryo experiment was very small. It could be said that only 1 in 1,000 genetically edited fertilized eggs could successfully implant in the mother's body. And after these fertilized eggs developed into embryos, it would be amazing if 1 in 100 could successfully give birth. Gu Nianji was very confused. You mean the pregnant embryos will miscarry? Of course. And the chance of miscarriage is very high. Lu Jin sighed. Because these embryos have been genetically edited, many of them have genetic defects. And the human body has a self-selection function. Embryos with genetic defects are called congenital defects. In a natural state, they will miscarry unless you use unconventional methods to protect the fetus. For scientific experiments, we don't protect embryos with congenital defects. Do you understand what I mean? There are very, very few children who have been successfully born and survived after genetic editing. I suspect that in Qin Yaoguang's experiments, Wen Shuyi was probably the only embryo that was born and survived. Gu Nianji nodded slowly. She understood a little, but she had new questions. You said that the embryos that have been genetically edited have congenital genetic defects. Then, is it the same for Wen Shuyi and me? Lu Jin shook his head at first, then nodded. You don't, but Wen Shuyi does. Gu Nianji, why don't I have it? Gu Nianji was very suspicious. Dad, don't say that just to comfort me. I'm not comforting you. You're questioning my professional ability. Lu Jin's eyes widened. I personally did the gene editing. My method is completely different from Qin Yaoguang's. She disrupted the order of the original gene fragments and only cultivated He Jichu's defective genes. I, on the other hand, eliminated the non-human virus genes on the basis of your original genes, and then used your own genes to expand the expression and supplement them. The result of this is that your genes haven't been changed, but have been optimized to the greatest extent on the original basis. Lu Jin couldn't help but be smug. The facts have proven that I've succeeded. You have the first perfect set of genes in human history. And it's on the basis that your original genes aren't changed. Gu Nianji, she started to stare at the mosquito coil again. She knew every word that Lu Jin said, but she didn't understand it when they were put together. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1748, Gene Optimization. There were 2 updates today. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, special recommendation votes. 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1760. Lu Jin saw Gu Nianji's confused but polite smile and laughed involuntarily. You don't understand, do you? It's okay, you don't have to understand these technical issues. You just have to know that not only are your genes flawless, but they're also very perfect. In fact. His voice suddenly paused, then he quickly said, in fact, it's even better than I expected. Gu Nianji, she asked sharply. What do you mean by better than you expected? Do you still have any doubts about your own experiments? Lu Jin was a little ashamed when he heard the word experiment. He lowered his head silently and whispered, there's no end to the path of science. I'm just an ordinary pathfinder on this path. There are many things I'm not sure of. Gu Nianji rarely saw Lu Jin so humble. She asked curiously, huh? Are you serious? I'd like to hear more. Lu Jin lowered his head and nodded. Then he raised his head and explained to her carefully, it's actually very simple. Think about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence started with humans inputting machine language and commanding the computer. In theory, no matter how powerful an artificial intelligence is, it's only the person who created the programming instructions that are powerful. For example, the very powerful beta dog can learn to play Go on its own and defeat all human players. But is this the victory of artificial intelligence? No, this is just the computing power of computers that is superior to that of ordinary humans. There's still a long, long way to go before true artificial intelligence. Lu Jin pointed at his head. Humans only know 5 to 10% of their own brains. 95 to 90% of them are still in the wilderness and have not been carefully studied. Gu Nianji, she was puzzled. Why is there a range of 5 to 10%? I thought the results of scientific development were ultimately shared. If someone knows 10%, shouldn't it be said that humans know 10% of the brain? Lu Jin smiled and said seriously, it's different. The range I'm talking about depends on the conceit of a scientist. A very conceited and arrogant scientist will think that he knows 10% of the human brain. A more modest scientist will think that he only knows 5% of the brain. Lu Jin pointed at his nose. I'm one of the more modest types of scientists. I think we only know 5% of human brain function. Gu Nianji was amused and made a face. Dad, aren't you a rather humble scientist? Gu Nianji had thought that Lu Jin didn't know how to write the word humble when she saw his expression, although Lu Jin really did not need to be humble. His research results were more than enough to surpass all the scientists in the world. Of course, I'm very modest and rigorous when it comes to scientific research. Lu Jin said seriously, the function of the human brain is amazing, and I'm not mainly studying this function, so it's really only 5%. Back to artificial intelligence. Look, humans don't even have a complete understanding of their own brain functions, so how can they develop artificial intelligence? To put it in English, you don't know how to out and knowing means you don't know how much you don't know. And artificial intelligence is only used in simple chess, what a wonderful irony. That's just based on the powerful computing power of the computer. The so-called master of Go can see 10 moves before the next move. Beta Dog, as a computer, can see 50 moves before the next move with its powerful CPU. What does this mean? This only means that in terms of computing power, computers are better than humans, but this is artificial intelligence. This only reflects the programmer's shallow and ignorant understanding of the adult brain. Lu Jin snorted and waved his hand. A computer defeating a human at Go isn't called artificial intelligence. When a computer is defeated by a human without any programmed instructions, it will get angry and electrocute its opponent. That's called artificial intelligence. Gu Nianji finally burst out laughing. Dad, are you saying that when a computer has human emotions and can express them through actions, that's called artificial intelligence? Something like that, ha 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 ha. Although that day is too far away, the people who do gene editing are doing something similar. However, they're not improving the computer, but the person themselves. Lu Jin looked at Gu Nianji with emotion and reached out to touch her face. You're the perfect genetic experiment I've done. Although I know I was wrong, I don't regret it. Without this mistake, you wouldn't have been born, and I would never have a daughter as good as you. Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pushed Lu Jin's hand away. Dad, I realize I can't say the word thank you. Ha 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 ha, you don't have to say it. I should be the one saying thank you. Lu Jin held Gu Nianji's shoulder and said sincerely, Nianji, you've made my life complete. I don't have any regrets. A strange feeling flashed through Gu Nianji's heart, but before she could identify it, Lu Jin had already changed his tone and said cheerfully, all right, let's wait for the results from the military laboratory. This isn't difficult. They should be able to get the same results as me soon. Really? What if it's different? If it's different, either they're incompetent, or they're faking it. There's always a reason, Lu Jin said casually and rubbed his stomach. Lu Jin said lightly and touched his stomach. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Gu Nianji nodded excitedly and went to her apartment with Lu Jin to eat Hu Xiaoheng's cooking. The results of the military's experiment came out the next day. He Zhichu sat in the small conference room and listened to the military scientists report the results of the test. He didn't speak for a long time. His eyes were lowered, and his thick black eyelashes were like 2 rows of small fans, covering his shimmering almond-shaped eyes and hiding all his thoughts. One hand tapped unconsciously on the conference table. The conference room was filled with a heavy atmosphere. The scientists standing in front of He Zhichu felt like they were suffocating. He Zhichu finally spoke and said, So, Wen Shuyi is really Qin Yaoguang's biological daughter. The accuracy rate is more than 9,999%. The scientist nodded affirmatively. In a paternity test, this probability is equivalent to 100%. This result was too unexpected. He Zhichu had originally been inclined to believe that Liang Meili, that semi-illiterate, had spouted nonsense out of jealousy and distortion. How could Wen Shuyi be Qin Yaoguang's biological daughter? But now, the results of the DNA test had completely slapped him in the face. Liang Meili hadn't spouted nonsense. It was them who were arrogant and stupid. They weren't as sharp and direct as a semi-illiterate person. The entire military test had been carried out under He Zhichu's personal supervision. There was no possibility of it being fake. He nodded, stood up, and said, Write the results in a report and give it to me. All the relevant equipment and information for the test will be temporarily sealed. Without my order, don't give it to anyone. Yes, Chief. The military scientist was also a soldier. He quickly saluted He Zhichu. 30 minutes later, He Zhichu had written 3 copies of the report that the military scientist had written. He had his personal secretary send 1 copy to He Qingjian, 1 copy was archived, and 1 copy was personally sent to the court. The court was waiting for the DNA test report to decide when to hold the trial again. Wen Shuyi had been in a daze for the past 2 days. She didn't know how she had managed to get through it. What had happened in court 2 days ago had been too amazing. She really hadn't expected that she was Qin Yaoguang's biological daughter. Although she was shocked and confused, she felt a hint of joy in her heart. If the DNA test could prove this, then she would be on the same starting line as Gu Nianji. She was also the daughter of an aristocratic family with an extraordinary background. Although she didn't know why Qin Yaoguang had placed her in the orphanage and let Wen Dao adopt her, Qin Yaoguang had been really good to her all these years. Even if she wasn't as good as Liang Meili, she was much better than others. Especially when it came to taking care of Nianji. She could be said to be Qin Yaoguang's apple of the eye. After coming out of the court that day, Wen Shuyi couldn't wait to go to a private organization that specialized in testing DNA paternity. She tested her DNA with Qin Yaoguang in private. It turned out to be true. She was really Qin Yaoguang's biological daughter. She was also the daughter of the Qin family. Wen Shi's lips curled up, and her mood gradually improved. Just as she was looking forward to returning to the Qin family, even changing her surname to Qin and becoming the eldest daughter of the Qin family, the court schedule for the next trial was sent to her. Director 1, this is the court schedule sent by lawyer Qin. The trial will be held again next Monday. Please attend. Her secretary sent a letter. Wen Shi nodded and said with a smile, I'll definitely go. By the way, arrange a time for me this week. I'm going to see Dean Qin. Oh, no, I'm going to see my mommy. This was today's second update, chapter 1749, Can't Say Thank You. There were 2 updates today. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, special recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1761. Wen Shi's secretary quickly wrote it down and said, on the prosecutor's side, the lawyer team has already received the decision that the case cannot be filed and will not be prosecuted. So the case of secretly taking photos has been resolved. Wen Shi hummed in acknowledgement and said in a good mood, that case was a deliberate attempt to frame someone else. Someone sent me a package, but they didn't investigate the mastermind behind it. They actually said that I did it. Do I have that much time? She picked up a pen and quickly signed the documents. Sometimes, when she saw something she didn't understand, she would discuss it with her secretary. Wen Shi's skills as Hijichu's personal secretary and assistant for so many years were revealed. No matter how many things were, she could do them in an orderly manner. Her secretary was very impressed by her and said with a smile, Our country is about the law. They think that this photo has something to do with you, so it's up to them to prove it. It's not up to us to prove that we didn't do it. Fortunately, the prosecutor's office is still impartial. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to handle one case after another. Wen Shi smiled and casually signed a document. I'm also a lawyer. I know that they can't sue me. They're just venting for someone else. Her knowledge of the law allowed her to think of all the ways to circumvent the law before she planned everything. If she hadn't thought of a backup plan after being exposed, she wouldn't have done it. Because for so many years, she had no family to rely on. She could only rely on herself. The children of the poor took charge of the family early. That was how she got here step by step. Her secretary looked at her in adoration and hurriedly said, It is our luck and fortune to have Miss Wen as our dean. Wen Shi could clearly feel that the hospital's administrative department's attitude towards her had completely changed. In the past, he was still a little unwilling and would only obey her orders on the surface, but in reality, he would carry them out. Now, they all nodded and bowed, wishing that they could do more than what she had given them. She hadn't officially acknowledged Qin Yaoguang yet, but she had already tasted the benefits of being a descendant of the Qin family. Wen Shi's biggest knot in her life was her background. She had once thought that she couldn't change it, but now it was like a pie falling from the sky and falling on her head. Wen Shi couldn't help thinking that when she had a background that was comparable to Gu Nianji and Xie Qingying, would Hijichu look at her differently? After coming out of Wen Shi's office, the secretary dialed the number of the detention center. Qin Yaoguang knew that Wen Shi was coming to see her, so she refused angrily. No, I'm not free. She hugged her knees and leaned against the small wooden bed in the detention center. Her face was ashen and her mood was at rock bottom. Wen Shi's secretary was very embarrassed. She immediately returned to Wen Shi's office and whispered, Dean Wen, Dean Qin doesn't allow visitors. Yaoguang refused, but Wen Shi's secretary was too embarrassed to say it directly. Wen Shi frowned. Not agree. The detention center doesn't agree. Or is someone deliberately obstructing us? Or is it? Then she had to see Qin Yaoguang even more. The secretary blushed and said, Dean Qin said he can't see you. I. 1. I. 1. She 1 S 1 1 Wang, I 1 to say 1 SS. Shang. I Chang's I Shang Zhang I. Zhang I 1 1 Qin Yaoguang definitely wouldn't refuse to see the lawyers. Sure enough, when the secretary asked to see Qin Yaoguang in the name of the legal team, Qin Yaoguang agreed. The meeting was scheduled for 3:00 in the afternoon the next day. On this day, Wen Shui had been working hard all morning. It was almost 2:00 in the afternoon when she hurriedly grabbed a piece of whole wheat bread and wrapped it with a piece of turkey breast. She got into her car and drove to the detention center where Qin Yaoguang was. After getting out of the car, Wen Shui looked up at the detention center. The gray walls and the square-shaped buildings looked unremarkable, but no one had ever come out of this place without permission. She looked at herself again. For today's special meeting, Wen Shui specially wore a Carolina suit. Herrera's light gray custom wool and cashmere blended business suit, Hugo in hand. Boss was wearing a black handbag and a pair of Prada 10 cm high black heels. She wasn't tall, but this outfit made her legs look longer, and her height was also a step higher. Wen Shui's secretary got out of the car behind her and looked enviously at Wen Shui's outfit today. If she wasn't mistaken, Wen Shui's outfit was exactly the same as Queen Ladicia's when she visited a molecular biology center. The Spanish queen was tall, long-legged, and had a graceful figure. She was elegant and noble in this outfit. Wen Shui imitated her and was also dignified and elegant. The two of them walked in through the detention center's main gate and registered with Wen Shui's lawyer's license before entering the reception room. Qin Yaoguang was already waiting in the reception room. However, when she saw that it was Wen Shui who walked in, her expression immediately darkened. Wen Shui turned around unhurriedly and said to her secretary, "You go out first and wait for me outside." The secretary nodded and quickly opened the door to leave. Then, she closed the door. Wen Shui turned around and looked at the livid Qin Yaoguang with a face full of admiration. She slowly walked over and knelt down in front of her. She held her hand on her knee and said softly, "Mommy, you're my mommy, aren't you?" Qin Yaoguang retracted her hand and sneered. "Are you crazy? Who's your mommy?" "Your mommy, Liang Meili, is still waiting for you in the detention center next door." The corners of Wen Shui's eyes twitched. She looked at Qin Yaoguang in shock and muttered, "But, I got someone to test my DNA, slap." Qin Yaoguang slapped her face without hesitation and said sternly, "Who asked you to test my DNA? Who do you think you are? Do you think you can recognize me as your mother just because you tested my DNA?" Wen Shui covered her face with her hand and slowly turned her head, looking at Qin Yaoguang with an obscure gaze. A stream of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. Before she knew that she was her biological daughter, Qin Yaoguang had treated her extremely well. She had thought that the truth behind Qin Yaoguang's kindness to her was because she was her biological daughter. This slap had completely woken her up. However, no matter how smart Wen Shui was, she couldn't understand the logic behind this. She slowly stood up and let go of her hands. Her hands unconsciously clenched into fists and hung by her side. She stared at Qin Yaoguang and took a deep breath. "Why? You're clearly..." "I'm not." Qin Yaoguang shouted angrily. "You have nothing to do with me. So what if you did a DNA test?" The accuracy of DNA testing in determining paternity was only 99%. It's not 100%. But the testing agency said that in terms of DNA verification, 99% is equivalent to 100%. Wen Shui wasn't someone who would give up easily. she patiently argued with Qin Yaoguang. Qin Yaoguang crossed her arms and looked at her coldly from head to toe. Her lips curved into a mocking arc, and a string of harsh words came out of her mouth. Look in the mirror and see how you resemble me. What can DNA prove? You only have half of my genes at most. Whether it's legally or psychologically, I don't recognize you as my daughter. But I'm clearly your daughter. Wen Shuyi was a little anxious. She had already said that she had half of her genes, and she still said that she wasn't her mommy. Whose daughter you are has nothing to do with me. Qin Yaoguang's eyes were cold, and her voice was even colder. To me, you're just a carbohydrate in my culture medium. You don't have the right to call me mom. Wen Shuyi's face turned pale. She tried her best to remain calm, but her entire body still trembled like a fallen leaf in the wind. But you asked Gu Nianji to call you mommy. Wen Shuyi said with a pale face, you still love her the most. Qin Yaoguang laughed strangely. That's right. Of course Gu Nianji has to call me mom. No matter how unwilling she is, she's still my biological daughter. I won't agree if she doesn't call me mom. As for you, you don't have the right to call me mom. You can only blame yourself for not having a decent father. Her eyes were dazed for a moment, but she quickly shook her head and shook off the distant memory. Qin Yaoguang crossed her arms and stood up from her chair. She had her back to Wen Shuyi, not wanting to see her face. Before this secret was exposed, Qin Yaoguang still felt some pity for her. Now that this secret could no longer be hidden, Qin Yaoguang only felt annoyed and disdainful towards Wen Shuyi. Seeing her was like seeing her disgusting father, Wen Dao. Wen Shuyi clenched her fists tighter and tighter. Her nails dug deep into her palms, but she didn't feel the pain, because the pain in her heart was 100 times deeper than this. This was the feeling of weightlessness and panic that had given her hope and brought her onto the plane, but after taking off, she had been thrown down from the sky. Mommy! Wen Shuyi begged again. Qin Yaoguang sneered. Wen Shuyi, do you really think of me as your mommy? When Wen Shuyi heard that there seemed to be a turning point, her eyes immediately lit up with hope. She nodded heavily. Really, really. Mommy. I've always admired and worshipped you. I didn't dare to think about it before, but now. Now you think you can turn the tables and become the master? Qin Yaoguang turned around and didn't hide the hint of a mocking smile on her plump lips. TSK, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You finally have a chance to climb up the ladder. Why don't you hurry up and suck up to her? You despise your parents, but they brought you up and didn't mistreat you in the slightest. But you didn't hesitate to abandon them. Qin Yaoguang narrowed her eyes. And acknowledging me as your mommy and becoming the Qin family's granddaughter will bring you more benefits, so you don't even want your adoptive mother anymore. No. It's not like that. Wen Shuyi shook her head crazily. I'm just too happy. I don't mean anything else. Mommy, shut up. When Qin Yaoguang heard Wen Shuyi call her mommy, it was as if she was slapping her in the face. She strode forward and grabbed Wen Shuyi's neck with one hand. She gritted her teeth and said, "Be a good executive director. Don't think too much about it. You're not my daughter. Even if there's a DNA test in court, I'll still say the same thing. Let go." The police who were monitoring the meeting room outside quickly rushed in and separated Wen Shuyi and Qin Yaoguang. Wen Shuyi grabbed her neck and panted heavily. There was a visible bruise on her throat that Qin Yaoguang had just pinched. Qin Yaoguang was held by the arms by the two policewomen and pressed against the door. Wen Shuyi shouted in front of her, "Dean Qin. In your heart, will I never be able to compare to Gu Nianji? You can't be compared to her at all." Qin Yaoguang looked up and glared at her with a half-smile. "But you." Wen Shuyi knew what Qin Yaoguang had done to Gu Nianji, but she still couldn't understand. What did I do to her? I told you, no matter what, she has to call me mom, but I don't treat her as my own daughter. Qin Ya Wang's face darkened. Although you successfully gave birth, you're not what I want. And you, although you can't call me mom, I haven't let you down at all, so don't be too greedy. Don't covet what doesn't belong to you. Qin Ya Wang said calmly and waved her hand. You can go. My lawsuit isn't over yet. You have to help. This is today's first chapter, chapter 1750, you are not comparable to her. It's 2 o'clock today. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. 8 o'clock in the evening. P.S. Thank you for your support and encouragement. Moi moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1762. When Shi left Qin Ya Wang's detention center in a daze. She got into her car like a wandering ghost. Her face was expressionless, but anyone could tell that she was in a bad mood. Her secretary wasn't in the reception room at the time, so she didn't know what had happened inside. Moreover, the soundproofing in the reception room was very good. She didn't hear the two of them talking, or even the sound of Qin Ya Wang making a move. However, 2 policewomen had rushed in during this period. When Shi came out, there was blood at the corner of her mouth and a palm print on her face. She could roughly guess that when Shi probably hadn't gotten along well with Qin Ya Wang, her secretary was very smart and didn't mention this again. Instead, she sent a copy of the schedule for the past few days to Wen Shi's phone and said, Director Wen, the schedule for the past few days is in your email. I'll get the driver to take you home now. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Wen Shi nodded subconsciously, but still didn't say anything. She didn't even dare to close her eyes, afraid that tears would fall if she did. Gu Nianji didn't stay idle while she waited for the next court session. She took all kinds of information and financial statements from the Qin Corporation's private hospital and flipped them over and over again. She could almost recite them backwards. However, she couldn't find any loopholes. This company is too amazing. It's watertight. This is. Gu Nianji looked at the financial statements of the Qin Corporation's private hospital over the years that she had printed out and clicked her tongue. The company's financial data had been audited by an accounting firm, and the expenses and income were very clear. Lu Jin sat in front of the computer desk opposite her. His hands quickly tapped on the mechanical keyboard, making a clicking sound, but it didn't seem noisy. Gu Nianji continued to mutter to herself, I can tell that there was a time when the expenses were huge more than 20 years ago. During those years, the hospital was almost losing money. But all that money was invested in Qin Ya Wang's laboratory. Yes, it was the few years before and after when Shi was born. Hu Xiaoheng sat on the sofa to her right and looked up from a military magazine. How did they spend that money? Volunteers. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. They said they were volunteers participating in scientific experiments, but they actually had to be paid. But that money wasn't remuneration, it was for hard work or transportation. That much? Hu Xiaoheng's gaze drifted past Lu Jin. I wonder if anyone who knows the ropes can explain. The only person in the room who knew the ropes was Lu Jin. Under Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng's piercing gaze, he finally became restless. After a while, he raised his head and pretended to be confused. What are you guys talking about? Gu Nianji shook her head and smiled. Dad, your acting skills are terrible. Don't pretend. Lu Jin couldn't help laughing. Kid, can't you give your dad some confidence? Here. Gu Nianji knocked on the table. Tell me, do these kinds of scientific experiments cost a lot? Experiments related to genetic reproduction have never been cheap. Lu Jin stretched. So only a large country has the ability to conduct this kind of research. After recruiting a volunteer, this volunteer will have a year's time. His or her food, drinks, and toiletries will all be covered by the laboratory, including all the expenses for prenatal checkups and production. You do the math yourself. Gu Nianji smiled. I'm not familiar with this, so I can't do the math. Hu Xiaoheng lowered his head and flipped open a page of a military magazine. He said calmly, if there's medical insurance, prenatal checkups are included in the medical insurance. They definitely can't use medical insurance for experiments, so they should be charged according to the market price. I've checked the cost of prenatal checkups here. Without medical insurance, the cost can range from 5,000 to 20,000 yuan a time. It depends on the doctor who performs the prenatal checkups and the hospital's fees. So expensive. Gu Nianji's eyes widened. Then how many prenatal checkups do we have to do? The standard number of prenatal checkups for pregnant women without any accidents is 13. Gu Nianji calculated the cost of prenatal checkups without medical insurance and clicked her tongue. It's too expensive. I can't afford to have a baby, don't be afraid of the cost. Lu Jin quickly said, I have money. We can even buy a hospital. Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Lu Jin and said, if I want to buy it, I'll buy it. Uncle, don't worry. Lu Jin didn't react at first and quickly said, how can I do that? It's not cheap to buy a hospital. I'm going to research whether it's cheaper to buy a hospital, or... He was halfway through his sentence when he came back to his senses. He pounded the computer table and said angrily, Peter. You wish. What are you going to buy? What does it have to do with you? If Nianji is pregnant, of course it has nothing to do with me, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, as if it was normal for him to say that the weather was cold and he needed to wear more clothes. Lu Jin looked at him with his mouth agape. He didn't expect Peter to be so thick-skinned. You. Get out. Lu Jin pointed in the direction of the door angrily, wanting to chase Hu Xiaoheng out. Hu Xiaoheng put down the magazine in his hand and slowly stood up. He said, it's getting late. Uncle and Nianji should rest early. I'm going back to my room. Gu Nianji glared at him and suddenly remembered to ask. Wait, how did you know the cost of a prenatal checkup? Even she didn't know about this, and she had to look it up on the internet. What do you think? Hu Xiaoheng smiled and turned to leave Gu Nianji's apartment. He went back to Lu Yuan's apartment. Lu Yuan had gone to Z City in the south to investigate the Qin family's orphanage. He didn't know how the investigation was going. Hu Xiaoheng wanted to contact him, but he was worried that it would disrupt their plans. According to their working principles, it was usually the field personnel on a mission who contacted the people at the base. The people at the base couldn't take the initiative to contact the field personnel on a mission. After thinking about it for a while, he gave up on the idea for the time being. Instead, he contacted the KGB of the Soviet Union and asked them about the United Nations Population Fund. After Hu Xiaoheng left, Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin in amusement and whispered, Dad, what's there to be angry about? I don't even have a boyfriend, so how can I have a child? That's not contradictory. Lu Jin looked at her seriously and said seriously, if you want a child, even if you're a virgin, I can get you pregnant, let alone without a boyfriend. Gu Nianji's cheeks flushed, like the first blossoms of a lotus blooming under the morning sun. She said embarrassedly, Isn't that the Virgin Mary? A virgin's pregnancy. Is it possible that a fertilized egg was transplanted? Lu Jin felt even more stifled when he saw her like this. He said gloomily, It's fine if she's not a virgin. You can have a child whenever you want. You can choose whether it's a boy or a girl. Gu Nianji saw that Lu Jin was getting more and more ridiculous, so she quickly said, Dad, I know you're very powerful, but I still want my baby to be born normally, with a father and a mother. Hearing this, Lu Jin's anger towards Peter suddenly dissipated. What right did he have to stop his daughter from obtaining the happiness of an ordinary person? Moreover, his daughter had grown up and was going to get married anyway. No matter how reluctant he was, he had no choice but to let go. Moreover, he couldn't stay with her for too long. Lu Jin sat back at the computer desk and typed in the program for a while. He suddenly asked, Nianji, do you like Hu Xiaoheng over there better or Peter over here better? This was today's second update, chapter 1751, People Who Know What's Going On. There were 2 updates today. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1763. Do you prefer the Peter here or the Hu Xiaoheng over there? How was she supposed to answer this question? Gu Nianji's heart sank. However, on the surface, she still said decisively, of course it's Hu Xiaoheng over there. I have nothing to do with Peter over here. It did not matter at all, because this Peter was not the real Peter at all. Lu Jin looked at her for a moment longer, then nodded and said calmly, I think so too. Although Peter was Hu Xiaoheng's counterpart, they weren't the same person after all. They just had the same DNA. Their temperament, character, way of doing things, and even their identity and experience are completely different. Gu Nianji nodded vigorously. Yes, so you don't have to ask this question at all. Lu Jin smiled awkwardly and said, I saw that you guys have been quite close recently. He thought she had fallen in love with someone else. Gu Nianji couldn't help but frown. Was it that obvious between her and Hu Xiaoheng? It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. Gu Nianji lowered her head and said embarrassedly, actually, we're not close. He's a good person, and he was entrusted by President Lu to protect us here, Lu Jin snorted. There are no good people in the KGB. Don't think it's too simple. Gu Nianji, if Hu Xiaoheng was really the KGB's ace of the Far East, Peter, then he must have approached them with ulterior motives. She was sure of this. However, the problem was that Hu Xiaoheng wasn't the real ace of the Far East, Peter. Gu Nianji's trust in him was already deep in his bones. It was really difficult to appear calm and collected. Gu Nianji suddenly felt that she still had to hone her acting skills. After all, an actress was no match for the king of drama. Gu Nianji hung her head and thought about it for a while, then said softly, Dad is right. I'll distance myself from him in the future. It was rare for Lu Jin to see Gu Nianji so obedient. It was as if he had eaten a bucket of Agenda's berry ice cream in the dog days. It was sour and sweet. He beamed with joy and nodded. Good. But you don't have to be too distant. He's good at martial arts. I'm relieved to let him protect you. Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng answered Lu Yuan's apartment. After reading the military works and magazines that Lu Yuan had collected here for a while, he planned to sleep. After washing up in the bathroom, she saw her phone vibrating on the bedside table in the bedroom. He picked it up and swiped it open. It was a text message from a stranger. There was no content, only an unfamiliar phone number. Hu Xiaoheng looked at it and dialed the number without batting an eyelid. Lu Yuan's voice soon came from the other side. Good evening, Mr. Peter, Lu Yuan said politely, but there was a faint smile in his voice, as if he was joking. Hu Xiaoheng also smiled. President Lu is in a good mood, it's all right. At this moment, Lu Yuan was holding a glass of red wine and standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the luxurious suite on the top floor of the Shangri-La Hotel in Z City, looking out at the night view of the entire city. From his direction, he could see the Qin Corporation's building on the opposite side. The landmark in the center of Z City was the building where the headquarters of the Qin Corporation's private hospital was located. The name of this building was very simple. It was called Qin Corporation. It had a total of 100 floors and was more than 400 meters tall. The building's shape was strange. It looked like two sabers standing side by side. There was a circular hole on the roof. It was said to be designed as a wind tunnel. It could slow down the speed of the wind when the tall building encountered a hurricane. When the lights were on at night, the silver floor was like two shining sabers that were stabbed into the ground in the center of Z City. Lu Yuan took a sip of red wine and said with a smile, "The Qin family is really interesting." Hu Xiaoheng knew that there was a hidden meaning in Lu Yuan's words. "President Lu, it seems like you have a clue." "Hee, you can say that there is, but you can also say that there isn't." Lu Yuan elegantly placed his wine glass on the windowsill and looked at the Qin Corporation's building opposite him. He said leisurely, "Whether it's the Qin Corporation's private group or the Qin orphanage, there are no loopholes. The management is perfect, the accounts are clear, and the social charity is also in place. It's indeed very impressive." Hu Xiaoheng, although he was a little anxious, he still said unhurriedly, "That means there's no progress. There will be another court session next Monday, and we've made a little progress here." As he spoke, Hu Xiaoheng recounted the situation of Gu Nianji's last court appearance. "In the end," he said with pride, "Nianji is very impressive." With a few words, she provoked Liang Meili and Qin Yaoguang into killing each other, and she reaped the benefits. Lu Yuan was shocked when he heard this. Wen Shi is the daughter of Qin Yaoguang and the He family's gardener, Wen Dao. "Are you sure?" "That's what the DNA test showed." Hu Xiaoheng shrugged. "What does this have to do with whether I'm sure or not?" Lu Yuan held his phone and paced around the suite. He kept thinking about this fact and said, "How old is Wen Shi this year, 26 or 27? Hu Xiaoheng wasn't very sure. "About that age." "That was 27 or 28 years ago." Lu Yuan suddenly raised his head and smiled. "I have an idea. Nianji is really smart. She has given me a lot of inspiration." "All right, wait for my good news." Hu Xiaoheng was stunned. "What did you think of?" "If we can't find their current loophole, we can only start looking from where they made their fortune." "I'll call you when I find out," Lu Yuan said in a hurry. He couldn't wait to find someone to start the investigation again. Hu Xiaoheng replied with an "Oh. We're going to have another court session next Monday. Can you find some clues before then?" "I'll try my best," Lu Yuan said and hung up the phone. He held his phone and walked around the room a few times, then walked into the bathroom. A few minutes later, he walked out. His entire person had changed. There was a big beard on his face, and he had thick eyebrows and sharp eyes. He was completely different from his own image. However, it was exactly the same as the ID he had used when he checked into the hotel. This time, he had come to Z City to use this image to walk around outside. No one knew that he was the president of the Lu Corporation. His current identity was a coal boss from the north. He wore a thick gold chain around his neck and several gold rings on his fingers. His clothes were all branded logos, and he wore a pair of LV sneakers, which were especially suitable for walking. He left the Shangri-La Hotel dressed like this. He found a taxi on the street and asked the driver to take him to a nightclub on the edge of Z City. There were many people and the light was dim. It was a good place to hide filth and also a good place to hide one's identity. The taxi driver saw Lu Yuan's outfit in the rearview mirror and smiled knowingly. He thought that Lu Yuan's anxious appearance meant that he was going to look for a prostitute. He didn't expose him. He pulled him all the way to the entrance of a nightclub on the outskirts of Z City and put him down. After Lu Yuan got out of the car, he went straight into the nightclub and bought a glass of wine. He went to the bathroom without drinking it. When he came out of the bathroom, he had already dressed up as a sloppy middle-aged man. There was a black leatherette bag in his armpit. Passing through the crowded and chaotic crowd, he left the nightclub and wandered around the urban rural fringe. He found a very old family hotel and walked in. From the information he had gathered, this family hotel had a history of almost 100 years, even longer than the Chin family's history here. Yes, this was where the Chin family's hometown was located. The Chin family's private hospital group, which was now famous in the Huaxia Empire, came out from here. Lu Yuan walked into the family hotel and stared at the price list on the opposite wall. Then, he asked, "May I ask how much is the cheapest room here for a night?" An old woman in her 60s looked up from behind the front desk and said, "The cheapest room is 20 yuan a night, but it's a shared bed with 8 people." "What about the cheapest single room?" Lu Yuan took out a worn wallet from his leatherette bag and asked shabbily. "The cheapest single room is 50 yuan a night. There's no bathroom, only a bed, and no windows." "Okay, I want a single room for 50 yuan. Lu Yuan rummaged through his wallet for a long time, took out a 50 yuan bill, and handed it over. The old woman took the money and directly handed him the key. "Turn in from here, go straight, and then the first room on the right is it." Lu Yuan was a little surprised. "Aren't you going to register your ID card?" The old woman smiled and said, "If you're willing to give it to me, I'll register it." Lu Yuan, it was indeed a family hotel. It had been in business for 100 years, but it was still a small family hotel. Of course, Lu Yuan didn't take the initiative to give her his ID card. He smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Granny." In this place, unfamiliar old women were called Granny. The old woman saw that he was quite polite and had a good impression of him. She walked out from behind the front desk and took the initiative to lead him to the room over there. She nagged, "Be careful when you go out. Although my place is cheap, it's very safe. No one dares to cause trouble here." Lu Yuan had already investigated. The old woman's family was surnamed Qin, and they were considered the local tyrants in this place. Indeed, no one dared to cause trouble in their small hotel. "Thank you, Granny." Lu Yuan nodded and bowed gratefully behind her. "My husband's surname is Qin. Everyone calls me Granny Qin." The old woman became more and more satisfied with him. "Why don't I get you a bigger room?" The door of the single room opened. Lu Yuan looked and saw that it was indeed a bed. The entire room was almost the size of this bed. After he opened the door, he could go to bed. His shoes could only be stuffed under the bed, otherwise, there would be no place to put them. He wasn't picky. In their line of work, what place had they not lived before? Lu Yuan placed a faux black leather bag on the bed and said, "No need, no need. This is very good. I came from the city today. If I can find my relatives tomorrow, I'll have a place to stay." "Your relatives?" Granny Chen's spirits lifted. She liked to help people find relatives and friends the most. "I know everyone here." "Who are your relatives? What's their name? Maybe you'll be able to find them tonight." "Really?" Lu Yuan asked in surprise. "My relative's surname is Qin." "Surname Qin." Granny Chen looked at him in understanding. "It's the Qin family that's now running a private hospital, right? They're no longer here. Why did you come here to look for them?" This was today's first update, Chapter 1752, Visiting Relatives and Friends. There were 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1764. Ha! Lu Yuan scratched his head with a puzzled expression. It can't be. I remember they weren't so rich before. Did you make a mistake? How could I be mistaken? There's only one Qin family here. Granny Chen pursed her lips unhappily. Although I'm old, I don't have Alzheimer's. I remember it very clearly. Oh, really? If there's only one Qin family, then they must be my relatives. Lu Yuan grinned. But when did they get rich? How come I don't know? You don't know. Granny Chen looked at him suspiciously. Didn't you say you were looking for relatives? How come you don't even know this? Lu Yuan smiled bitterly and said, no one cares about the poor in the busy city, but the rich have distant relatives deep in the mountains. If I weren't poor, how could I not even know their contact information? Granny Chen felt that she had discovered the truth and slapped her thigh. The Qin family is so unkind. How can they only care about getting rich and not even care about their relatives? Don't worry, I'll ask my grandson to find the Qin family's contact information online for you. Lu Yuan quickly stopped her and said, Granny Chen, there's no need. I can check it online myself. He sat down on the bed and muttered to himself. They're actually so rich. I really didn't expect it to be them at all. Of course you can't see them. Old Qin doesn't like to be on TV, and the Qin family doesn't like to be in the limelight. You haven't seen them before, so you probably wouldn't have thought of it. Granny Chen felt that she could understand this person's feelings. Lu Jin lowered his head and let out a long sigh. Back then, my grandfather and the grandfather of the Qin family here left our hometown together. Our family went to the north, and they went to the south. I didn't expect that after so many years, they would already be so much stronger than us. Granny Chen nodded repeatedly. That's right. Look at you, I think you can't even afford to eat. And the Qin family is one of the richest families in our country. Not only do they open a hospital, but they also open an orphanage. Lu Yuan pretended to be embarrassed and muttered. Back then, their family was just like ours. They were all bumpkins. How could they open a private hospital? I heard that opening a hospital is very expensive. Where did they get the capital? Capital. This was the direction that Lu Yuan had just remembered to investigate. Like Gu Nianji, he couldn't find any problems with the Qin Corporation's private hospital group and the Qin orphanage, but he felt that something was wrong. He had just spoken to Hu Xiaoheng on the phone and heard him say that Gu Nianji had revealed the secret of Wen Shi's parentage in court. If he couldn't find anything wrong with the Qin Corporation private hospital group and the Qin Corporation orphanage, he should investigate the source of their problems. Now, the Qin's private hospital group was already a well-known listed company both at home and abroad. Everything that needed to be cleaned up had already been cleaned up. If there really was a loophole, the capital tycoons who liked to short in the stock market would have taught the Qin Corporation a lesson long ago. Therefore, there were still some problems with the direction of his previous investigation. Fortunately, he adjusted in time. Of course, this conclusion could only be made after his investigation. After Granny Chen heard what he said, she clicked her tongue and said, "He's fated to be rich." She raised her hand and pointed to the south. That's the place. Who knew that it would become a special region? Later, when the higher-ups gave the order, their family immediately became rich. Ah. You mean, their family actually has land? Why didn't I know about it? I've never heard my grandfather mention it. Lu Yuan pretended to be surprised and asked carefully. The official website of the Qin Corporation Private Hospital Group had written about the Qin Corporation's rise to wealth. Lu Yuan knew that their first bucket of gold came from the land. The Qin family had a piece of land in Z City. It was originally in a relatively remote place, but once the higher-ups gave the order, the land was enclosed into the special region, and its value immediately increased 100 times. The old master of the Qin family, Qin Baoi, was a very bold and insightful person. He used this land as collateral and borrowed a huge sum of money from the bank to build the first private hospital in the country. Previously, Lu Yuan didn't care about this experience, but now that he thought about it, there were some problems. The Qin family had been poor before. Old Master Qin Baoi, was the first generation to be able to make a fortune. That was, after the establishment of the Huaxia Empire, when the country began to develop its economy. It wasn't a large family with a deep foundation. How could such a family have their own private land in Z City? Granny Chen pursed her lips and said disapprovingly, "Old man Qin is capable." At that time, there was no news at all. He just hoarded a piece of land. I heard. Granny Chen frowned and thought for a moment. She suddenly said, "It's so strange. These past few days, several people have come to ask me about the Qin family's fortune. You're not in cahoots with them, are you?" Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but his face still revealed a confused expression. "What cahoots? Granny, what do you mean? If I had helpers, would I have come all the way here by myself?" He looked up and down this single room and smiled helplessly. Lu Yuan's expression made Granny Chen let down her guard slightly. She waved her hand and said nonchalantly, "Actually, it's fine to ask. I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. What am I afraid of?" "Yes, yes, yes. Granny, you look like a good person at first glance. I'm really lucky to meet a benefactor when I go out." Lu Yuan looked at Granny Chen gratefully. Granny Chen was so flattered by him that she couldn't help but say more. She hadn't even said these things to the people who had come to inquire about her a few days ago. "Let me tell you, the Qin family can make a fortune. I heard that they once found an expert to tell their fortune. They said that their eldest daughter's life is good and can prosper the family. Look, isn't it all coming true? The eldest daughter of the Qin family might be able to do it now. I heard that she's a great doctor and also a great scientist. I'm not convinced by old man Qin at all, but I'm convinced by this eldest daughter." As Granny Chen spoke, she took out her phone and opened it for Lu Yuan to see. "Look, this is the eldest daughter of the Qin family. She's very capable." Granny Chen showed Lu Yuan a photo of Qin Yaoguang wearing a green mask and a white coat, doing an experiment. Lu Yuan pointed at the photo and made a dumbfounded expression. "This is the eldest daughter of the Qin family. I thought she had the same name as my relative's daughter. So she's my relative's daughter. Ha 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 ha. You're so muddle-headed." Granny Chen laughed so hard that she looked like she was in a good mood. She was getting old, and once she started talking, she couldn't stop herself. She nagged, "I heard from my old man that old man Qin took a fancy to that piece of land, but they didn't want to sell it at first. Later, he went to have his fortune told and said that his eldest daughter would prosper the family, so he brought his daughter to C City to talk to someone. Finally, he succeeded and bought that piece of land." Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. The original owner of that piece of land was from C City. "Yes, I heard that it used to be a big family, but I heard that in the early years, everyone else in that big family went abroad, and only their family stayed. You know what happened after that?" Sigh, why did they sell the land? Such a good place, even if it wasn't enclosed into the special economic zone, it's still land. It's worth too much money. Lu Yuan nodded calmly. "I also think that the Qin family is quite lucky. Even if they're willing to sell it, they have to have the money to buy it. No matter how cheap it is, they won't give it away for nothing, right?" Granny Chen was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said, "That's right. Where did old man Qin get the money to buy the land?" Their attention was attracted by the Qin family's low price hoarding of land, and then the soaring price of land. However, after careful consideration, they knew that this low-price hoarding of land was untenable. No matter which era, land was a scarce resource. The so-called low-price hoarding of land was also relative to the current era. Under the price conditions at that time, the purchasing power of 10,000 yuan was equivalent to the purchasing power of 1 million yuan now. So the question went back to the original point. Where did the Qin family get the initial capital to buy land in the first place? Lu Yuan recalled the history of the Qin family's rise on the official website and asked, "I heard that Qin Bei used to open an orphanage." Yes, his orphanage was opened around the same time as our hotel. It's been almost 100 years. He's a loyal person and has a group of brothers under him. Granny Chen pursed her lips again. It's a pity that my old man isn't as smart as him. He's already the boss of a big company, but our family is still guarding this small hotel. Lu Yuan knew what was going on. He exchanged a few more pleasantries with Granny Chen and yawned appropriately. Granny Chen quickly said, "Look at me, an old woman. I can't stop talking. It's already very late. Go to sleep, go to sleep." After Granny Chen left, Lu Yuan climbed onto the bed, closed the door, and began to text Hua Xiaoheng. Find out who the Qin family bought that piece of land in Z City from. Hua Xiaoheng was still awake at this time. When he heard his phone vibrate again on the bedside table, he casually took it and swiped it open. When he saw this message, he immediately sat up on the bed. The Qin family's land in Z City. It should be the real headquarters of the Qin Corporation's private hospital group, right? This was today's second update, Chapter 1753, The First Bucket of Gold. There were 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1765. Lu Yuan had sent the message to Hua Xiaoheng for him to check because Lu Yuan's apartment computer had been set up by Lu Jin himself. There was the most advanced hacking software in it that allowed him to enter and exit various major network systems as if there was no one there. Lu Yuan was running outside with a few of his subordinates. Of course, it was not convenient for him to inquire about these things. Hua Xiaoheng immediately turned on Lu Yuan's computer and logged into the hacker software. He quietly touched the intranet system of the Land Management Department of Z City's government. Lu Jin's hacking software could even visit the CIA's internet system, so entering Z City's government network was a piece of cake. Hua Xiaoheng's own computer was actually very powerful, so after he logged in, he quickly indexed it according to the era. He was able to find out the exact year because the Qin Corporation's private hospital group had written in detail on their official website when they acquired the land and built the first hospital in the Qin Corporation's private hospital system. Using this information, Hua Xiaoheng quickly found the transaction records from that year. Just like the other accounts and information of the Qin Corporation, this transaction was also clearly recorded in the book. Decades ago, Qin Bei, the founder of the Qin Private Hospital Group, bought a piece of land on the edge of Z City from Qin Huichang and his wife. At that time, Z City wasn't a city yet. It was just a small town. That piece of land was not far from the town. At that time, no one would have thought that half a year later, this piece of land would suddenly rise up and become an important economic area, becoming part of the national plan. Moreover, the price at that time was very fair, even 30% higher than the market price at that time. All the data was similar to what the Qin Group's official website said. Moreover, the Qin Group's official website had also reported that in order to acquire this piece of land, Qin Beiyoi had not only sold all of his properties and used up all of his savings, but he had also borrowed a sum of money from loan sharks to buy this piece of land from Qin Huichang and his wife, who had demanded an exorbitant price. Who knew if Qin Huichang and his wife regretted it so much that their intestines turned green? This was because the land that they had sold at a high price at that time had risen by helicopter half a year later, and the land price had increased by almost 100 times. This was a truly profitable business. Hua Xiaoheng sighed and shook his head. He wondered if Qin Beiyue was just lucky, or was there more to it than met the eye. However, with his experience, he was sure that there was more to it than meets the eye. It was possible to make a small fortune by relying on luck, but it was impossible to make such a huge fortune by relying on luck alone. If a rich man exaggerated his luck like this, then there must be a part of the truth that he didn't say. That hidden truth was the real reason why he became a tycoon. Why was chicken soup for the soul so delicious? It was because it was fake. Drinking it was just like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. You'd be a fool to believe it. Hua Xiaoheng sat in front of the computer and spent the entire night researching. He was still in high spirits the next morning. After sending the information to Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng went to the bathroom to wash his face and went to Gu Nianji's apartment to make breakfast for her. It was only 7 in the morning, and Gu Nianji was still sleeping. Lu Jin had returned to his apartment and had yet to get up. However, by the time Hua Xiaoheng finished cooking breakfast, Lu Jin had already smelled the aroma and came in. Sitting down in the dining room with his eyes closed, Lu Jin sniffed and said, "This porridge is really good. It smells exactly the same as Boss Lu's. Should he put some salt in Lu Jin's porridge?" However, he only thought about it for a moment before sending the porridge bowl over. There were also 2 plates of side dishes and a plate of tofu skin buns. Gu Nianji usually drank milk in the morning, along with a toasted toast and a poached egg. Hua Xiaoheng conveniently made her the breakfast she used to eat in the past. Gu Nianji rubbed her eyes and opened the bedroom door. She was startled by the familiar fragrance. She let go of her hand and saw Hua Xiaoheng standing in front of her. His face was expressionless, but he was very relaxed. He reached out and patted her head. "Do you want breakfast first, or do you want to wash your face and brush your teeth first?" Gu Nianji reflexively said, "Breakfast first, then go wash your face and brush your teeth." "Okay." Hua Xiaoheng let go of her hand and smiled. He turned around. "Remember to eat the egg yolk." Gu Nianji didn't like to eat the egg yolk, especially the egg yolk in the poached egg. She used to like to secretly pick it out for Brother Xiong or Brother Zhe to eat. Gu Nianji, she walked straight to the dining room and sat down. When she saw the familiar breakfast on the plate in front of her, she took a deep breath and felt a lump in her throat. She really wanted to go back to the other world. The father and daughter finished their sumptuous breakfast without saying a word. When they got out of bed, their anger dissipated and they were in a better mood. Gu Nianji sat for a while and went to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. When she came back, Hua Xiaoheng had already cleaned up the dining table and was sitting in the living room talking to Lu Jin. "Uncle Lu, do you know Qin Huichang?" Hua Xiaoheng had already told him about Qin Beiyue's purchase of land back then. Lu Jin was stunned for a moment and nodded. "I know." "Why? Do you know him?" "I don't." Lu Jin was a little awkward. "I heard about him on the news." Hua Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji quickly walked over and sat on the sofa next to Hua Xiaoheng. She asked curiously, "What are you talking about? Who is Qin Huichang? Is he from the Qin family?" The Qin family she was referring to was, of course, Qin Yaoguang's Qin family. Lu Jin smiled. "Of course not. Do you think everyone with the surname Qin in the world is a relative of Qin Yaoguang?" "I know not, but when you guys talk about it, it seems to be the case," Gu Nianji said with a smile. Her gaze flashed across Hua Xiaoheng's face. Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at her. His expression was more serious as he said calmly, "President Lu found something in Z City yesterday." "Ha!" Gu Nianji quickly sat up straight and said nervously, "Did you find anything?" President Liu found out that the land where the Qin family made their fortune, the headquarters of the Qin family's private hospital in Z City, was bought from a family in C City. He asked me to find out who the family was. Hua Xiaoheng paused and said, "I've sent the information to your email." Gu Nianji quickly took out her phone and opened her email. She glanced through the transaction records and was a little disappointed. She asked in confusion, "What does this mean?" This is almost exactly the same as the information written on the Qin family's official website, except that the seller's name isn't on it. In other words, the information that Hua Xiaoheng had found proved that the Qin family wasn't lying. The information on their official website was very accurate. That's why we have to check the seller. Hua Xiaoheng tapped his phone screen. "I don't know if we can still find them." Lu Jin lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, "Stop checking. You won't be able to find them." "Huh?" Gu Nianji was even more surprised. "Dad, you know them." Lu Jin struggled in his heart. He didn't want to say it, but Lu Yuan and Peter had actually found out about this family. What difference did it make if he didn't say it? This matter was big news at the time, and many reports from that year could still be found. What was the use of hiding it alone? "Dad, just tell us. If you don't tell us, we'll look for them ourselves. We'll take a detour and waste time. It's not worth it." Gu Nianji sat beside Lu Jin and hugged his arm and shook it vigorously. She acted coquettishly, hoping that Lu Jin would take the initiative to say it. Lu Jin smiled bitterly and patted Gu Nianji's hand. "Actually, you can find it even if I don't tell you. Qin Huichang is Qin Suan's father. He's young master, he's mother's father. He's young master, he's grandfather. But isn't Auntie he an orphan?" Gu Nianji's already large eyes suddenly widened like two clear mirrors. Lu Jin didn't dare to look at her, afraid that he would be able to see the small thing under his skin from those clear eyes. He lowered his head and nodded. Qin Huichang and his wife died after a car accident, leaving only Qin Suan, who wasn't even 10 years old at the time. At that time, they had no other relatives in the country, so Qin Suan was adopted by an orphanage in C City. Gu Nianji exclaimed, "I remember that auntie he was adopted by the Qin orphanage. How did it become an orphanage in C City?" Lu Jin whispered, "In the beginning, it was an orphanage in C City, but the director of this orphanage was very bad. He embezzled a lot of orphans' property. Later, he was exposed and convicted and imprisoned. The orphanage in C City was also disbanded. After the orphanage in C City was disbanded, the Qin orphanage opened its first branch in C City and accepted all the children in the orphanage in C City. Because of this, the Qin orphanage's reputation in the country suddenly rose, and even the Qin private hospital became a symbol of benevolence." Lu Jin laughed mockingly. "Gu Nianji, Qin Huichang and his wife died in a car accident right after selling the land. Isn't that too much of a coincidence?" Gu Nianji couldn't help but think of a conspiracy theory. Because Qin Yaoguang and Qin Beioi's family didn't give her a good impression, she subconsciously thought of them in a bad way. Lu Jin shook his head and said, "The police have investigated this matter. Qin Huichang and his wife's car accident has nothing to do with Qin Beioi." Gu Nianji flipped through the information. After a while, she nodded slowly and said, "That seems to make sense. Because Qin Huichang and his wife had an accident after they sold the land. Qin Beioi paid for it with real money. If he wanted to kill Qin Huichang and his wife and take over their land, he could have done it before they bought it. He wouldn't have had to borrow from the loan sharks." "Yes, that's not the reason," Lu Jin said with a wooden face. "We didn't find out about this at the time." "Then what's the reason?" Gu Nianji was very curious. It was Qin Suan. She told the police that her parents had been drinking and had an argument in the car. Later, they argued and scuffled, causing the car to lose control. In other words, drunk driving. Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng looked up in surprise and asked, Qin Suwen was also in the car at the time. Yes. She was burned. Lu Jin tried his best to control his expression. But her life wasn't in danger. Because of this, after the investigation for a period of time, there was no new progress, so the case was withdrawn. Lu Jin looked up and his expression had returned to normal. Gu Nianji happened to exchange a look with Hu Xiaoheng and didn't notice the flash of sadness in Lu Jin's eyes. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1754, A Person's Concealment. There were 2 updates today. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second update was at 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Thank you, Candy from Heaven, for your reward of 10,000 coins yesterday. Moi, little angels. Chapter 1766. Gu Nianji turned around and looked at Lu Jin with her big eyes sparkling. She asked curiously. Did Auntie He investigate the death of her parents? According to the era, Qin Suwen should be less than 10 years old at that time. She was still young. Later, when she became an adult, Qin Suwen studied law and was a top lawyer. She married into a family like the He family. How could she not investigate the cause of her parents' death? Lu Jin nodded. I've investigated it. Many of the things I'm telling you now were found out by her own investigation. Gu Nianji was a little disappointed. So Auntie He investigated it herself. She knew it. With the He family's status and power, as well as Qin Suwen's ability, if her parents really died unjustly, she would definitely not let it go. But even she herself couldn't find a problem, so how could there really be no problem? Gu Nianji replayed every word Lu Jin had said in her mind. She suddenly said, by the way, where's the money from Qin Huichang and his wife selling the land? They passed away in a car accident right after they sold the land, leaving Qin Suwen, a minor child, to go to an orphanage. It was enough to prove that they had no other relatives in the country to help adopt Qin Suwen. Of course the money is for Su Wen. Lu Jin said without hesitation. Later, the Sea City Orphanage said that they wanted to treat Su Wen's injury, so they spent most of her fortune. There wasn't much left. Gu Nianji, this director is too black-hearted. Gu Nianji was furious. He's greedy for orphans' money. Aren't you afraid that his parents will look for him in the middle of the night to have a heart-to-heart talk? If he was afraid, he wouldn't have coveted someone else's inheritance. Lu Jin scoffed and shook his head. Nianji, you're also a lawyer. You should have seen the dark side of human nature more than others, right? Some people say that reporters are the ones who have seen the darkest side of society the most, while lawyers are the ones who have seen the darkest side of human nature the most, so their sympathy will gradually be worn away. Perhaps it was because she was young, or perhaps it was just her personality, but Gu Nianji didn't think much of it. Seeing doesn't mean you're used to it. Otherwise, what's the use of the law? The law is meant to punish the evil that happens in the dark side of society. Lu Jin looked at her with relief. Nianji, you're doing very well. Don't become cynical just because you've seen too many dark sides. In fact, it's just like doing an experiment. At the beginning, there are many difficulties, but they are solved one by one. Slowly, the path becomes clear, and the dark sides become less and less. I know. Gu Nianji smiled, her eyes crinkling. From Hu Xiaoheng and the other soldiers, Gu Nianji learned even more about the determination and faith to never give up. They were using their lives to protect this country and its people. Would they give up just because there was a dark side? Of course not. There were those who lived in darkness but yearned for the light. There were also those who faced darkness but believed that light would eventually dispel the darkness. Hu Xiaoheng silently listened to the father and daughter's irrelevant conversation. He quietly pulled the topic back and said calmly, I feel that there's still a problem with this, but there should be a reason why young Master He's mother didn't continue to investigate. What other reason could there be? Gu Nianji frowned. With the intuition of an excellent lawyer, she also felt that there was a problem, but even a big lawyer like Qin Suan had given up. What other reason could there be? Thinking about Qin Suan's personality, Gu Nianji asked doubtfully. Could it be because there's not enough evidence? As soon as she said this, she suddenly felt enlightened. The thick fog in front of him seemed to be instantly illuminated by the sunlight, and he could vaguely see the hidden past that no one knew about. It really might be because there's not enough evidence. Gu Nianji became excited. Her mind worked very quickly, and she quickly connected the dots with the things they had experienced. Look at this technique. Isn't it very similar to Wen Shi's trick? Gu Nianji turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng and said excitedly, let's talk about the photo incident. We all thought that she was definitely the mastermind behind the scenes, but she actually had the ability to get away from the law. Qin Suan was a big lawyer, so she was more law-abiding. Without evidence, even if she had doubts, she wouldn't use the He family's power to harm Qin Beioi's family. Look at Auntie He. She must have had doubts about her parents' car accident, so she investigated it when she was an adult and had the ability to do so, right? Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin with bright eyes. Lu Jin choked and was flabbergasted. Did Suan really investigate her parents' car accident because she had doubts? Is there another reason? Gu Nianji asked seriously. Then tell me, what's the real reason for Auntie He's investigation? Lu Jin looked away awkwardly. She didn't say. I thought she just wanted to make up for her regrets. What regrets? Hu Xiaoheng asked sharply, not letting Lu Jin vaguely explain. Lu Jin sighed. She told the police herself that her parents' car accident was a drunk driver. Gu Nianji's dark jade-like eyes darted around, and she whispered, Auntie He wasn't an adult at that time, so her words could be used as legal evidence. Didn't the police continue to investigate? They still investigated, but they didn't find any other reasons. Moreover, there were no surveillance cameras at that time, and the witness's testimony and Suan's words could corroborate each other. So in the end, the case was concluded to be a drunk driving accident, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. If even their own daughter said so, what else was there to investigate? Gu Nianji felt very bad and muttered, but if Auntie He had been in the car at that time, wouldn't she have been scared silly? Would she have been able to testify clearly? When I saw the fire in the car, I broke down. It took me a long time to recover. It was difficult for me to say a complete sentence, let alone testify. She tried her best not to look at Hu Xiaoheng, but Hu Xiaoheng still reached out and gently patted her on the shoulder. His palm was warm and had a great calming effect on Gu Nianji. Lu Jin was stunned for a moment, and was attracted by Gu Nianji's words. He asked anxiously, did I really scare you? Actually, my calculations were very precise. It wouldn't have hurt you. Even if no one had saved her at that time, Lu Jin would have extinguished the fire after sending her over. The car would only have self-destructed if Gu Nianji had left it. However, Gu Nianji didn't know all of this. Hearing Lu Jin's words, Gu Nianji was both angry and amused. She said, I was already 12 years old at that time, and I was so scared that I had to see a psychiatrist. Auntie He was even younger at that time, right? Was she really not scared? Lu Jin said awkwardly, maybe, but Su Wen is a very strong person. She won't be easily defeated. He carefully recalled the situation at the time and said, there was another reason why Su Wen stopped the investigation. What reason? Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng asked in unison. Lu Jin's gaze wandered between them for a while before he said. She was pregnant at the time, and in order to give birth to the child properly, she didn't continue the investigation. Gu Nianji immediately understood and continued. When the child was born, she realized that there was a problem, and Qin Yaoguang took the initiative to treat her son. How could she continue the investigation? Right? How did you know? Lu Jin asked in surprise and gave her a thumbs up. It was all deduced. My girl is so smart. Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips and smiled. However, after Lu Jin said this, he didn't want to say anything else. He stood up and stretched. I did the experiment last night and slept too late. I'm going to catch up on sleep now. Hu Xiaoheng watched Lu Jin's hurried back disappear at the door before he said softly. Your father is very familiar with young Master He's mother. Gu Nianji thought about it. My father has always admired Auntie He, but I'm not sure if he's familiar with her. But it seems strange, but I can't tell what's so strange about it. She also had an intuition that there was something wrong, but she hadn't figured it out yet. He used to keep a distance, but today, he directly called her Su Wen. A man and a woman who aren't very familiar with each other wouldn't call each other by their names, right? Gu Nianji immediately understood and blinked at Hu Xiaoheng. That's true. Peter, you're amazing. Hu Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji continued excitedly. Also, if Auntie He was the one who investigated all of this, then it should be the contents of the file. Lawyers usually don't show their files to unrelated people, and they don't discuss the contents of the file with unfamiliar people. She spread her hands and sighed. If only I could see Auntie He's file from back then. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to remind Gu Nianji at all. She could look for He Zhichu to investigate this. He quietly changed the topic and said, Qin Yaoguang's case will be heard again next Monday. How do you plan to use the mother-daughter relationship between her and Wen Shi? This was today's second update, chapter 1755, making up for the regrets of the past. There were 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1767. Gu Nianji's bright eyes quickly dimmed at the mention of appearing in court again next Monday. She was like a floating cloud covering the starlight at night, and only a sparse shadow could be seen through the clouds. She whispered. I really don't want to be sisters with Wen Shi. Hu Xiaoheng recalled the subtle changes in Wen Shi's appearance and his heart skipped a beat. He sat closer to her and said, Did you notice that Wen Shi seems to have gone to the bathroom recently? Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes as Wen Shi's face flashed through her mind. Right, don't you think she's more like a person now? Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng and asked slyly. Like who? Xie Qingying. Hu Xiaoheng saw through her little trick and leaned against the sofa armrest with a half-smile. Gu Nianji nodded and snapped her fingers at him. Bingo! Just like cousin Xie. Xie Qingying looked a bit like Gu Nianji, especially their straight noses. This was the typical facial appearance of the Gu family. Xie Qingying's mother and Gu Nianji's father were biological siblings, so they were rather similar in this regard. Wen Shi's minor adjustments were made to her nose and face. It had to be said that after she had her nose and face trimmed, she looked much more beautiful. Before she made the fine adjustments, she didn't look like Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji took out her phone and pulled up Wen Shi's photo. She placed it next to Luo Piapiao's and said in confusion, before this, she clearly looked more like Luo Piapiao. It was only after discovering this that Gu Nianji had the idea to do a DNA test. She believed that Wen Shi might be related to the Qin family somehow. She just didn't expect that this blood relationship was more similar than she had expected. Wen Shi was actually Qin Yaoguang's biological daughter. Hu Xiaoheng wrapped an arm around Gu Nianji and held the back of her hand to look at her phone. Gu Nianji's phone showed a photo of her meeting with Luo Piapiao at the revolving restaurant. At that time, apart from Luo Piapiao, many people from the Qin family, including Old Master Qin, had gone. Gu Nianji began to feel that something was wrong when she saw the faces of the Qin family members. These are the sons, grandsons, nephews, daughters-in-law, and even granddaughters-in-law of the Qin family. Where are the daughters of the Qin family? She didn't attend the banquet because she married someone else. Yes, that makes sense, Gu Nianji muttered to herself as she scrolled through the photo album on her phone, looking at the photos from that day. That day, before the explosion, she had secretly taken a lot of photos. Hu Xiaoheng also looked at it for a while, then took out his phone and said, "It's okay, we'll find it ourselves." Gu Nianji turned around and smiled at him. She instantly understood what he meant. The two of them silently picked up their phones at the same time and began to search for the photos left behind by the Qin family online. Modern social media was so developed that most people were used to posting bits and pieces of their lives online. He posted on his WeChat moments and Weibo when he was having a meal. He also posted on his WeChat moments and Weibo when he was shopping. He even posted on his WeChat moments and Weibo when he woke up in the morning and went to bed at night. Online life had become a part of modern life. Under such circumstances, they had a high chance of finding the whereabouts of the Qin family's daughter on the internet. This was much safer and more legal than directly investigating or even following them and secretly taking photos. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng, two computer experts, set out together. They started searching for the Qin family's name and soon found the Qin family's social media accounts. Following the clues, they discovered that the Qin family had about 5 daughters from Qin Yaoguang's generation. Qin Yaoguang was the eldest, and the other 4 were the daughters of Qin Beioi's brothers. Gu Nianji counted and said with a smile, "The Qin family has quite a few daughters. Qin Yaoguang should be the eldest. The Qin family's daughters who are younger than her." Ha! Gu Nianji paused for a moment and said doubtfully. Could there be a mistake? Qin Yaoguang's 4 cousins have all passed away. Hu Xiaoheng clicked his tongue. These 4 cousins are younger than her. How did they die? Let me see. Gu Nianji looked at the information they had found. Of Qin Yaoguang's 4 cousins, only 2 lived to adulthood and got married. The other 2 died young. One of the 2 cousins who lived to adulthood was Luo Piapiao's mother, but she died not long after giving birth to Luo Piapiao. Although the other one married, she had a difficult birth and also died. Ha! Gu Nianji shook her head and went straight to the point. The Qin family has one of the best private hospitals in the country, but the survival rate of their own daughters is so low. This doesn't make sense. Hu Xiaoheng also frowned. The 3rd generation of the Qin family also had many sons, but no granddaughters. It looks like Luo Piapiao is the only granddaughter who survived to adulthood. It was this Luo Piapiao who made us realize that something was wrong. What does this mean? Gu Nianji's fingers unconsciously rubbed her phone. She began to feel that the truth was already stirring and was about to tear through the veil and rush out. But where was the breakthrough point? She raised her head and saw her own face reflected in the rhombus mirror on the opposite wall. She finally understood as if she had been enlightened. She slapped her forehead and said excitedly, "I think I understand. Quick! Find the photos of Qin Yaoguang's cousins. Photos from when they were alive or after they were dead." That won't be easy to find, Hu Xiaoheng said implicitly. When they died, the internet wasn't that developed yet. We might not be able to find their photos only on the internet. That was also the truth. Gu Nianji hadn't expected this result, but she was even more interested, and her mind worked faster than usual. Look online first, especially the last 2 cousins who lived to adulthood and got married. Look for their relatives, such as husbands, sons, brothers, and parents' social media accounts. See if you can find anything. Hua Xiaoheng replied. I'll look for the photo of the cousin who died after giving birth. You go look for the photo of Luo Piapiao's mother. Okay. Gu Nianji agreed and immediately split the work with Hua Xiaoheng to search. She was also lucky, or rather, she was looking in the right direction. In just a few seconds, Gu Nianji made a major discovery. Look! Luo Piapiao's brother, Luo Yaozu's Weibo. He mourned his sister and mother on Weibo and arranged their photos side by side to form a six-palace grid. Gu Nianji excitedly handed the phone to Hua Xiaoheng. Look! Hua Xiaoheng looked down and saw 6 photos neatly arranged on the smooth mirror-like screen of the phone. The 3 photos above were in color and had higher definition. They belonged to Luo Piapiao. The 3 photos below were in black and white. It was obvious that they were scanned photos. They were photos of Luo Piapiao's biological mother. The woman in the black and white photo was still very young. Her eyes weren't big, her face was like a silver plate, her nose was relatively flat, the wing of her nose was slightly wide, and the tip of her nose was slightly raised. She smiled very gently. She looked very similar to Luo Piapiao and Wen Shuyi. Hua Xiaoheng already had a guess in his heart. He said calmly, save the photos and the entire Weibo page. Gu Nianji quickly nodded and said, I've already saved them. I don't need you to tell me. Did you find them? Hua Xiaoheng stopped talking and continued to search online. He took a long time to search, but in the end, he still found a photo from the funeral from the husband of Qin Yaoguang's other cousin. This cousin also had the same large silver plate face and a flat nose that had almost become the trademark of the Qin family's daughter. She had a slightly wide nose, and a slightly raised nose. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. Just by looking at her nose, you can tell that Wen Shuyi is a descendant of the Qin family. She suddenly looked up at herself in the rhomboid mirror and touched her nose. My nose looks like Dad's, not Mom's. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, Qin Yaoguang's nose isn't flat either. Gu Nianji's hand paused. Why isn't Qin Yaoguang's nose the typical nose of a daughter of the Qin family? It's not just her nose. The shape of her face, mouth, and eyes aren't typical of a daughter of the Qin family. Hua Xiaoheng placed the photos of Qin Yaoguang's 2 cousins, Luo Piapiao and Wen Shuyi together. He then placed the photos of Gu Nianji and Qin Yaoguang side by side. Look, you and Qin Yaoguang look like you were picked up from outside. Hua Xiaoheng joked. Gu Nianji didn't find it funny at all. She mumbled, I was picked up. Qin Yaoguang definitely isn't, Hua Xiaoheng, isn't it? Gu Nianji pointed at the photo and said, look, Wen Shuyi looks so much like the girl from the Qin family, and Wen Shuyi proves that she's Qin Yaoguang's daughter, so Qin Yaoguang must be the girl from the Qin family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have looked like Wen Shuyi. But I'm not like them at all. But you're like Qin Yaoguang. Hua Xiaoheng hit the nail on the head and exposed Gu Nianji's hope. You're her daughter, just from your appearance. Just by looking at his appearance. Then what's the point of DNA? The more Gu Nianji looked at Wen Shuyi, the more she hated her. She didn't even look at Qin Yaoguang. Because she saw Qin Yaoguang's face that was very similar to her own, it was even more annoying. No, I have to get Dad to test my DNA to see if Qin Yaoguang and I are biological mother and daughter. Gu Nianji jumped up and ran to Lu Jin's apartment. Lu Jin was in a daze in his laboratory. Gu Nianji rushed in and gave him a fright. When he turned around and saw her running in with a red face, he hurriedly said, What happened? What happened? Gu Nianji pulled out a strand of hair and handed it to Lu Jin. She shouted, Dad. Test the parent-child relationship between me and Qin Yaoguang. Lu Jin's face turned pale, but he quickly calmed down. He smiled and patted Gu Nianji's head. What's wrong with you? Why do you want to test the parent-child relationship for no reason? I don't look like the Qin girl. Can't I be suspicious? Gu Nianji said stubbornly. The thought of calling me the same mom as Wen Shuyi makes me feel terrible. This has already exceeded my tolerance limit. Lu Jin's expression darkened. Nianji, don't be willful. Promise Dad that you won't go to someone else for a DNA test or a blood test. Don't even go to a hospital you don't trust for treatment. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1756, picked up from the outside. There were 2 updates today. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.